I think I might be live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're enjoying your adventures. And I'm excited, as always, to see what messages come in from Spirit today. So thank you so much for being here. And before we get into everything, as we like to do at the beginning, we like to bring in love energy to prepare us for our messages. So if you'd like to join me in doing that, we'll start off by coming back to the moment with a deep breath, coming into the now where love and peace and spirit communicate so clearly. Future, the past, the outside chaos, full of fear, noise, we come back to here for the silence and the quiet, right? So we'll start off doing that, and then we'll bring in the singing ball. We'll hit it 3 times. And as we do that, we just let that love, that eternal, unconditional love energy from Creator and all these quadrillion endless beings of unconditional love and light. We let that love just flow down into our bodies, our mental bodies, our emotional bodies, our physical bodies, our energetic bodies. Then let it fill us up and flow out to the world. Let it do what it wants to do out there to, you know, help raise the vibration of the planet there. Something that we can do while we're letting that energy flow is think of just one thing, one little tiny thing that we're grateful for in this moment. When we have sincere gratitude for it, it immediately begins raising our vibration. It puts us in that energy of receiving like a chalice, where we can be filled up with messages from spirit, but also for the things we're grateful for, they can flow in as well. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to grab my little mallet here, and we'll start off with a big deep breath. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. As I say, don't pass out or hurt yourself. Just breath in, hold it for however is comfortable, and then a slow release. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl. All right, so if you want to join me, let's begin with a big deep breath in. Beautiful. I'm not sure how loud the singing bowl will be, so watch your ears and remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Powerful, powerful energies. I tell you what. Excuse me. We'll put her back on her little shelf back here. All right. She can watch over us as we go through our readings here today. Let me get rid of that YouTube notification. Confirming we are live. So, hey. So, welcome, everybody. All my Zen friends, welcome back. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Definitely two things we can always use in this human adventure as we move through it. Makes it an easier, more enjoyable path, I believe. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. So, welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description box of the video. There's tons of information down in that description box, especially with everything that I have going on with specials and giveaways and blah, blah, blah. So, be sure to check that out if you want any details. Donations do get first priority. Free readings are first come, first serve. And we usually choose 1 to 2 cards, sometimes 3, but usually 1 to 2 cards for the free readings. With a donation, we do dive deeper, meaning we get to the T, we pull more cards, and you get a fortune cookie along with your reading, which is a little extra message today. I haven't used the Halloween Oracle, so we're gonna use that one today for the donations. And if you do want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do my Venmo, my Cash App, my PayPal, and my Square, and I don't have any set dollar amount. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. I know not everyone has the same financial abilities or the same income. Rate of exchange is different, cost of living is different across the room, across the country, across the world. So uh, I get that, and I do honor your donations from your heart. So, um, yeah, so that is how that works with the donations. I'm on usually for 2.5 hours or so. Sundays are different than my other sessions in that whatever I don't finish in my morning session, I do come back in the afternoon and finish out everything. On my other evenings and morning sessions, I do if I'm on for 2.5 hours and I haven't got to any readings, the last half hour I do step away from donations and complete some free readings. I have been staying on a little longer and completing everything out this last couple of weeks. But I always finish donations on the same day on those days as well. But Sunday is different. We always complete everything. As long as you have your question out there, I will get to it sometime today. Donations, like I said, get priority. We always finish those up first. Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. After I'm done with each session, I do pin a comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you leave and go live life and you come back after the stream is done, you can look at your name, find the little timestamp, click on it, takes you right to your reading. So it's easy breezy and convenient. We love that. So also in the pinned comments this weekend, I've been putting the winners of the 15-minute personal recorded reading. So I do this weekend, I'm pulling a winner from the donations and a winner from the free readings, which after I'm done with the stream, I pick the names and then I pin the comment and I put it there. Also been putting out notifications on my social media, my Facebook, Instagram threads, and on the community area of YouTube. I picked 3 yesterday because I had so many donations. I wanted to pick 2 winners from there. So just in case, we have Sean G won Thursday night with Ken, and I've heard from both you guys, so I know you guys know about that. And then, of course, Halloween night, we had Summer, Moonlight, and Olivier Vagara. Yeah, I know you both know about that. And then yesterday morning, we had Love's Most Powerful Force in the Universe, the Gemini, and Maria P. And then last night, we had Ashvin Ray and Mika Khan. So we'll have 2 more winners, at least 2 more winners today. And like I said, I'll post those, and I'll probably post all the winners in the stream on today's as well. So you'll have everyone who won as a reference as well. So that's exciting. So that I got to put up my little advertisement. So just so everyone knows that we are having two more today on that, and also I am going to have a giveaway every new moon and full moon for the remainder of the year, um, where I'm giving away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, if that's what you prefer. That link right there tells you the next drawing, which is next Wednesday. We have a super beaver full moon in Taurus, powerful energies there, and we'll have a drawing on that day, so you can get into that. Just check out that link and it'll take you there. All this information's in the description box of the video too, if you want to come back to it later. Also, I announced I'm having a super sale the rest of the year, all the way through January 1st of 2026. So even on New Year's Day, I'll continue the pricing. All my live readings, all my personal recorded readings, my Hedge of Peace and Love, all on special until the end of the year. So just in a very giving mood, and I decided to do it. So there we go. And then also we put out another podcast episode this last week. My podcast is called The Easier Path, and we've been talking the last podcast and this one have been about fighting with people. First one was more about intimate relationships and cheating and why does it hurt and why do humans cheat, and hints from spirit on what we can do with all that to help us make it an easier path instead of a harder. And this one was more about every type of relationship, how we, where's the conflict come from? And all of this is to give us tools. I share my personal experiences. Then we look at from a human perspective, why do we do the stuff we do? And then from a higher perspective, why we experience the things we do, and then hints from spirit on how to make it all easier. So if you're interested, the link to the playlist is also in the description box of the video. If you want to catch up on that, a lot of fancy fun stuff. So I like that. If you're wondering, Brett is then why are you late today? We had daylight savings time, so we gained back an hour here in my state. Most of the states, United States, do. I don't know if daylight savings time, if other countries um, participate in that or not. I'm hoping one day we'll just get rid of it, but uh, spring we lose an hour, and fall we gain it back. So we're everyone else is earlier, and we seem to be like we're an hour late, but because we got to relive our hour of sleep or life or whatever we did. So uh, that's why. So blah blah blah. There you go. We'll do some shout outs here in a moment. I'm just gonna let me grab the donation list really quick here so I can give you guys that too as we start the readings here in a moment. So thank you guys for your patience and all my updates and blah blah blah. But we started off with Eagle. So hello, Eagle, and Sudeshna Ghosh. You'll be up first for donations. Thank you so much. Hello. We have Patricia stop by to say message received. So have a great week, Patricia. And then Swabroot Bobby, I have your free reading here. And Blessed One, hello, hello. New Love in the house, hello, hello. And then Happy Pill. Let's see here. This is your free reading. Let me grab that. I see you made a donation too, so I'll talk about that here in a sec. And of course, we've got Moonlight, also known as Summer. And Deb, hey Deb, good to see you. Happy Day of the Dead. And then we have CJ. Hey CJ, got your donation there. Oh, you do in Canada. Interesting. Well, that's good. Maybe I'll change it because it is throws everyone off. In fact, there's even some studies that throws off our health because you know, we naturally change when the sun is changing, but when we abruptly an hour just throws us all off and we're all cranky. All right, and Jojo, hello, Johanna, good to see you. And Olivier Vagara, hello, hello. Good to see you as well. So thank you guys so much for being here and for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful to have you here on the path together in this lifetime. Because whoa, 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 what a fun adventure this era of humanity is. I've been reading up on next. Maybe I'll update. I'll talk about it a little bit over the next sessions as we prepare for 2026. I got my new planetary guide, and I've been reading up about all the planets and the changes and stuff of next year. It's very hopeful. Some big positive stuff. This has been a year of huge change. 2025, 2026 is lighter. Still a lot of change, but it's a very lighter kind of energy. So we have hope. I'm going to be using the Tarot of the Shadow Realm today. I use the Murder of Crows Tarot and the Santa Muerta, but I didn't use them, so I wanted to use them today, just to make them feel wanted and loved. So we'll do that. We'll start off with donations. We do have two for Sudeshna, so you'll be up first, and then Summer Moonlight, Happy Pill up after that, and then CJ after that, and then Jojo after that. And that's where we're at right now. And it's so exciting. I love. I already started getting some of the winners sending me emails about their questions for their uh, the readings they won, and I love getting to know everyone more deeply. I mean, we get to know each other here, but when people win, um, even though it's not like a live reading, I still connect like at a deeper because it's like here I feel everyone's energy, and though I zero in on, it's like talking to someone with a crowd of people around. When I do a private reading, we go deeper, and I really, really connect, and we talk more because it's private. I feel they give more information because they don't want to say too much publicly around stuff, um, to honor people's privacy. But in the personal reading, where it's just you and me, boom, and we get deeper, right? So fun. So that said, let's take a sip of coffee. Cheers, everybody. Got some yummy butter pecan coffee with what creamer did it's the zero free sugar because I'm trying to cut down on sugar, caramel macchiato creamer. So it is like dessert in a cup this morning. Just saying. All right, let's get the party started. Much love to everyone. Thank you for being here. So giddy happy today. It's just love in the air. Maybe we went to an Aries moon this morning too. So we got that fire moon going on. Exciting. All right, so let's jump in here. So, Sudeshna, you are up for number one here. You will, of course, will uh, give you your second timestamp here in a moment. So, let's give your first one a love and a like since it lets me. Let's dive in here. You want to know, will your office manager and lead approve your holiday for the upcoming vacation during November 19th to 23rd? What will happen? Yeah, right. Don't make me get out a voodoo doll. Tell them they better approve you or else. They're gonna have to deal with Bretta Zen, right? No, I don't do voodoo dolls. Just FYI, it was a joke. All right, let's take a look here. So, will your office manager approve? All right, and will your lead approve? Okay, and then what will happen? Uh, and I feel like you want to kind of just know what will happen on this vacation a little bit, or I feel like we'll know what will happen with them with these cards, but we'll take a look here. All right. It's funny that you got the Queen of Cups on the bottom of the deck, which I heard. That's why I laughed a little bit because they're like, if they don't cry, maybe that'll make them change their mind. Just be like, oh no. But anyway, your office manager here. Wow, you got the Wheel of Fortune. That is a positive yes. Your office manager does. which that's the one that matters the most, right? And your lead has the Hermit. This is interesting energy, the Hermit, um, because it's I wonder if your lead is unavailable or because the Hermit just feels like they're kind of pocketed away and not there. But I do feel with the Wheel of Fortune. I mean, you have the Hermit, which is a major arcana, and the Wheel of Fortune. I don't feel. I just don't feel like the lead. Um, I don't know. They just feel absent. Why do they feel absent? Are they out sick? Are they unavailable? And then the office manager just approves it and says, "It doesn't matter. I approve it. They're out. They're on vacation. They're not available or whatever. I will approve it." But so I feel like that's what matters the most because it feels like the Hermit is that energy of the lead is again distant energy. What happens with all this? You got the 4 of Cups. 4 of Cups is a very balanced energy, emotional stability there. Feel like it's just a no-brainer, kind of energy. I feel like this has to do with the approval process and you being able to go, and head off here. Um, yeah, I'm not feeling like any big thing, and then it goes to the 5 of Cups. And I feel like we're moving into the energy of the, vacation itself, and the 3 of Cups. Well, you got the 3, the 4, the 5 of Cups, joy, celebration. There's all this, it's all over the place, and with the Queen of Cups being at the bottom, there is gonna be a lot of emotional choice opportunities on this vacation. Excuse me, and I mean, you got progression, but they're all over the place. It's 4, 5, 3. So it feels like it starts off kind of and then there's some drama, and then there's joy and happiness and togetherness. So it kind of feels here the whole process kind of starts off kind of, all right. And then the 5 of Cups doesn't mean you have to experience the drama, emotional drama, or the conflict. But you can if you want to. If you want to experience it, jump on in, the water's fine. Go in those emotional waters with everyone else, getting all, you know, worked up and, all that kind of stuff. But the 3 of Cups is joy, celebration. You can choose to have a great time no matter the time everyone else is having. So I feel like they're really with the Queen of Cups, who's the master of emotion. They're saying that you control what time you have. No one can make you feel any way. You're the one that gets to choose your emotional story. So it's like my mom. Over time, she properly brainwashed her regarding my life anyway, because she would say, because she lives out of state, she'd be like, "Well, have a great weekend." "Well, I know you will, because you're gonna choose to." And I'm like, "That's right." You can choose to have a great time no matter what, and when you're happy for no reason at all, no one can take it away from you, right? So, I love that for you. Let's see what else they have here with your fortune cookie from the Halloween Oracle. Let's see what else we got here for you. What additional message regarding this vacation? Trick or treat, mischief and play. What a perfect card. You're gonna get up to some mischief. It's you. You get to choose. Are you going to have a treat? Are you going to be have trickery? The little poem or little saying that starts off says, "Stalking and stomping, eyes shining and begging baskets, faces and bodies that are no longer ours, laughing, skeletons and candy caskets." Says trick or treating is such a fun thing to do, is it not? Yet why do we trick or treat? Ancient peoples understood that there were both mischievous and perhaps nasty spirits wandering around at nightfall at Halloween, as well as happier, more benevolent spirits. They thought that if they dressed as spirits themselves or other frightening creatures, then they would not be recognized as human and attacked. The idea of causing a little chaos as one of these spirits was part of the imitation and the enjoyment of the night. The practice in medieval Britain was aptly called souling, like Souling. Today, trick or treating is a huge event. We spend much time, money, and effort dressing up as our scariest creatures. And this has even been extended to dressing up as our favorite celebrities and other pop culture idols. Instead of traditional candy apples and barmbrack, we give out a mind boggling variety of candy. It matters not, the idea of frightening away death and darkness still stands. I believe that the modern trick or treating also unites communities by introducing our families and friends to those around us in a non threatening and joyful way. Many of us do not know our neighbors, even those who live next door. And Halloween gives us an excuse not to be so reserved and extend our boundaries. Think of all this applying to the interactions you're having on this vacation, right? Especially the choice between, are you gonna choose scary or joyful, happy, right? You get to choose what experience that you wanna have. Should you receive this trick or treat card in your divination, it may well be a time to examine the role of play and mischief in your own life. You don't have to be a child to let go and have some playtime, and you can extend the fun to others. Sometimes we're afraid to make mistakes, and play is one way to alleviate the pressure that we sometimes place on ourselves to get everything perfect every time. Alternatively, it is worth knowing that there is a balance between manipulation and mischief. The former is not pleasant, and the other has, at its core, a sense of irreverent fun. So I love that. Trick or treat, baby. That's your vacation time. So I like that. All right. So that is for El Numero Uno for you here. And let's grab your next one here. 2744 is for number 2. So here is both of your timestamps. And let's give your second one a love and a like here. I love that. What a perfect card for your question. All right. And then you want to know you're currently working at that company, Cognizant, and you want to know how will be the upcoming time in your workplace. All right. So we'll take a look here at the work. What's the work going to be like? All right. What's the environment going to be like? Right. Yep. And we'll jump to security here and everything else. What else do they want you to know here? I feel like they want this one too. They want these 3 too. Yeah. All right. We'll take those. Okay. Let me just scooch these, and we'll figure out what this is all about. I like the bottom of the deck because it's so perfect with what you're doing with the King of Swords. You know, the King of Swords rolls over the mind and learning and the mental energy, and they get a second portion. All kings do. So all of this is about educating. And I know you're studying to for a new career or to expand your role. Um, so I love how perfect is that that matches up with all that. So that is so cool. Um, yep. So let's take a look here. How's the work going to be upcoming here based on current energies? You got the Lover's card. Yep. There's that emotional choice energy with the Page of Coins. So it feels positive right now, the work itself, because it is Page of Coins or the Page of Pentacles is about abundance and fullness and opportunity. And the Lover's card is about relationships and harmonious relationships. There's a focus on who you're working with, and so it's some good energies that are coming in there as far as, and this has to do with the working relationships and the work itself that and people you interact with feels like it's smooth and feeling abundant with that. The environment itself, Yeah, you got the death and rebirth, transformation energy, and the 10 of swords. Wow. There is going to be some changes in the environment that are coming up here. I mean, obviously the death card, but the 10 of swords too is an energy of, change, ending of processes, ending of certain expectations and beginning of new processes, new procedures. Um, so there is quite a bit of change that's going to be coming about in that the work environment. A lot of realigning, a lot of, I mean, you got the major arcana death card, which is a significant amount of change. So I'm glad we went to job security. The two of swords. I feel like you're going to be faced with some choices with the two of swords to, you know, you can do this or you can do this. And I feel like that's what will be coming up here is this um, opportunity. And we'll see here what that is here because we got two sets of three for what else and everything else around this. So obviously that we want some clarity on this stuff, right? So let's see what else they want us to know here. Got the 10 of cups. So there is joy, joy, joy energy, which we like. And then the other two cards are the star card and the hierophant. Again, two major arcana. This is balancing energy and seeing things from a higher perspective energy. A little bit of clarity on what your dream come true is that comes in here. And I like all this, the joy, the dream, seeing things differently. And the hierophant is schooling and learning. So I feel like that's very supported. Um, and I feel like the two of swords, one of the options is you're studying this that with I feel like with sharing that information that one of the options you have is to go into an area that houses and you're able to work with people that are already doing that job or that position or that knowledge and that's a help for you and I like this energy for you. So this is the two routes, the two of swords. One is that you'll be able to choose to go work in that area, which is like, yeah, right. And the other is the Queen of Cups to cry. No, that's what you got from your last reading. You have the Queen of Cups and we have the Four of Wands, another joy and celebration, and the Ten of Coins, Ten of Pentacles energy. So there's no wrong choice, and it looks like both of them have joy cards with the 10 of cups on one side and the 4 of wands on the other. Those are both joy, joy, joy cards. And the Queen of Cups and the 10 of coins over here, this other option, I feel is more financially like, well, that's more money. I have a more ability to make more money now. Whereas the other is like, well, this is what I want to do. So am I going to, and then that's why you're a kind of in that split path, that fork in the road going, well, in the long term, this is going to help me if I go into that area because I'll develop connections and learn and I can ask questions and, that'll really just help me, um, get relationships built for the job that I'm wanting for, right? Or I can go do this other one and yeah, I'll get a little bump up in doing what I do, or there's bonuses or there's extra income somehow that you can go that route and it's immediate, but it's also stagnant, right? It's also, well, and this is the Queen of Cups coming in. It's like, um, listen to your heart, in making the decision. Follow your gut, follow your instinct, not out of fear, but, I feel like this other area, there's a draw to it from the heart space, the human heart space. Like there might be someone over there that you have a little crush on, one of your crushes, the little gallery of crushes that we have, right? I don't feel like it's Mr. T or anything like that, but I feel like it's someone you're like, oh, but I know people over there that feels secure, and I feel like that's where that draw is with the Queen of Cups. But, you get to choose, there's no wrong choice, so you get to choose which one. So that seems very positive there. Um, let's see what else for your fortune cookie, what they want you to know about that. Let's see what else for the job, the work. What else can we know there? Okay, this is the one here. What do we have here? The Barmbrack. I wondered what that was. Sweetness and synergy. Well, we like that. What is that? Some sort of bread? Oh, is that pumpkin bread? We're about to learn because when I read that, I had no idea what that was. Let's see. It says a pea, a cloth, a coin, a ring, and stick within a loaf of speckled sweetness. Slice it and eat it, a glimpse of my fate's completeness. What a great energy with everything we're talking about with your career. It says not quite a cake and not quite a bread. Oh, okay. Barmbrack, it's Barmbrack, is a sweet loaf larger than a typical bread loaf, baked with flour, sugar, salt, and dried fruits such as raisins. The making of barmbrack is an Irish tradition that still stands around Samhain, Halloween. The person baking the loaf would be sure to set the intention for love, truth, and synergy whilst preparing. So while you're doing your work, it's also a good reminder with joy on both sides is to focus on what you're grateful for in your job and not what we feel is lacking or if we have fear around it. Because if we focus on that, we grow that instead of baking the bread, baking something sweet, right? So set intentions for love, truth, and synergy while you're working, right? Inside the dough, a number of special objects are hidden and baked in the loaf. So there's some great surprises um, baked into your experiences at your job. The objects are used as a kind of random oracle. Each one has a particular meaning, which represents the fate of the person who found it in their slice. The traditional objects include a coin, a pea, PEA, like a little pea, the vegetable, right? A stick, a ring, and a small piece of cloth like muslin. Some other additions made in more modern times were religious medals. Should your slice of the brack contain a coin, this would indicate prosperity and good luck. The P unfortunately meant that no marriage would occur for you that year, yet finding the ring meant a marriage was certain. The stick, to be avoided at all costs, indicated disputes and unhappiness, and finding the cloth meant bad luck and little money ahead. So when you pull this Barmbrack card, it indicates a curiosity to know what is ahead, but it's important to balance that with the now. After all, we have the tools to change our future should we choose. That's what you're doing. The sweet synergy of Barmbrack, all the ingredients, including the objects, are more complete and powerful together than they are individually. And that should encourage you to seek your own sweet spot. So follow your heart. But I love that. Very positive energies coming in with all that. So I love that. Right, so that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate those. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see here. So up next, we do have Moonlight, um, and then Happy Pill. Yep. Okay. And then CJ and then JoJo. Okay. I did have those there. And then love is the most powerful force in the universe. I see your two. And I don't know if you saw it yet, but you did win um, one of the giveaways of a 15-minute personal recorded reading. That was yesterday morning's stream. So if you check yesterday morning's stream, um, in the pinned comment, it has your name and it tells you how to get in contact with me to claim your prize. And if not, if you check this stream's pinned comment after I'm done, I'm going to have everyone's name there with the instructions too. So if you want to wait and not go hunt it down, we have that as well. All right. So congratulations. All right, and then let me just see if anyone else had come in here since did some shout outs besides love, of course. Hello, hello. Got Cat Goddess. Hello, Cat Goddess. Let's grab your free reading and put it on the list here. And you got my baby 396. Hello, how are you? uh, in your, let me see here. Let me just take a look. Uh, what is, yeah, my baby. All right, that is your screen name. All right, very good. I know they do the at signs now, and some of them are different than I know you guys by because YouTube did that little change. So, hello, good to see you as well. Shout out to you. And I think that was everyone else that had come in. So we'll jump back in and continue. Oh, no, Olivia, I did not grab yours. I said hello to you, but I didn't grab your free reading. Let me add that into the list here too. Trying to stay up on them as I'm going. That way it's an easier process. All right, Deb. Overflowing. I'm feeling all the love from everybody. Just a joyful energy. Yeah, and I feel and I now that I'm back, I took a break from doing longer um sessions, but I kind of got back to 4 or 5 hour sessions. I do get giddy with the energy that I get from it, you guys. So it's funny. So I hope you guys thank you for your patience and my giddiness. All right, we'll continue here. So let's take another sip. Cheers, everyone, of my little delicious coffee here. Yummy, yummy, yum. All right. So, Moonlight, you are up, or AKA Summer 27. Here is your timestamp. Whoops. Let's try that again. Error, error. I grabbed blanks. So there's your timestamp. I do get high on spirits. Hopefully you guys can pick it up. All you empaths out there, you're like, oh my God, it's gonna make you grin. And it's like it's spirit. They're just so happy. And they're, our natural state is joy and that unconditional love. And so when you're flowing with it, it's just like I get the high from it. Second Secondhand spirit, and it's healthy. All right, so Moonlight, thank you for your little flower and your donation. Get me all choked up. So you want to know, will you have better luck buying a car tomorrow? Today's trip was a Halloween horror show. Oh no, scary. So you must try again. All right, let's see. Based on current energies, how does your tomorrow? I feel like um when I was pulling cards for you, I feel like I was looking at my tomorrow, which is today, which is your tomorrow. So I feel like a lot of the energy I give you is for your next car search because I didn't feel like you were going to get anything um on the today. So I feel like your tomorrow is the energy, if that makes sense. Just because of our time difference, you're like 8 hours ahead now of us. So your tomorrow is my today. Wait, no, your today is my tomorrow. So when I was doing the reading last night for tomorrow, that's your today. So I feel like that reading was going to be today, which was very good reading, I felt. But we'll verify here as well, just to make sure. So your next car search, what does that look like? Right, we got that one here. What else? Right, we got this and this and this and that. All right, let's see what we have here. Yeah, forget what cards we had specifically yesterday for you for it, but we got the 10 of cups. That's joy, 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 and celebration energy. So that's the underlying energy of your car search. So I like that. And let's see what else we have here. You have the moon. Here's your energy, Cancer moon energy. We actually, and then we moved into Aries moon. So we had we were in Pisces moon energy till I think this morning. Let me grab my little planetary guide here. See, I've got my 2026 already. See the 2026. And look, I already have it all highlighted. We're going to talk about all that stuff here coming up in the weeks ahead. Still got time. But today, yeah, it was at 10:39 Eastern time, so that's a couple hours ago. We moved into Aries. So we are in the Aries moon energy, which is action and new birth energy. So we like that. Coming in here, we'll just set it over here in case I want it again. So I like that moon energy and the focus on it, but that is also in your power and trusting your instincts. Um, I like that. Three of Cups, the other one of the other joy, and celebration as well. Oh my gosh. Into the woods. You weren't wearing a red cape, were you? Red Riding Hood? My, you have big eyes. But this looks really good, coming in here. You have the 8 of Cups and the World card. Yeah. So, positive energy. The World card is, another like a victory kind of energy. The 8 of Cups here, like flow with the emotions. Because you have the moon card, which is your energy, but it's like flow, follow the emotional energy. Yeah, and you have apotheosis, which is a card that's unique to this deck. Maybe I did use these one day. Maybe I used these last week because I remember maybe I did use these on Thursday night. That I think now that I think about it, yeah, sounds much nicer, right? Because this is all ascending into the light and the transcendence beyond the material world. So this really it's a time for significant change and growth, letting go of old patterns, and that's letting go of the old and bringing in the new. So it's a very positive energy, stepping into your power. So I like this, and I feel like it's important to all of this energy of joy is to set intentions right now for today or for tomorrow, whatever I think you're in. Yeah, it's like Sunday evening where you're at. So for tomorrow, set intentions before you go to sleep and we wake up in the morning and just thank you, gratitude for all the cars that you've loved and things you've loved about your cars, and release it to the creator in a way saying, I give this to you. I know you're going to bring me the perfect car in the perfect way, in the perfect manner, and guide me, draw me to the place that's going to give me the best car for me, the best price, and I trust you, right? And so I feel like that will be really good here because there's all this stepping into your power energy and choosing joy and gratitude with all this too, letting go of the old energies. That 8 of Cups is, you know, not having fear around, oh, I hope this isn't going to go into, let's see, you had the woods, you're going to go to the witch's house. Look, why is this house made of candy? Don't go in there, Gretel. Don't do it. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too with your Halloween oracle. See what else we have here. Let's see if a wolf appears on here. Uh-oh, no. You got midnight, the most magical hour of all. Yeah, magical time. I like that. So let's see what this brings in here for you. It's all about timing, right? The dark, it envelops me. The witching hour awaits. True magic and enchantment and spells that change fates. Says the middle of the night, midnight, is the hour in which it is believed that ghost, witches, ghouls, and magic are most likely to be active. Transition times, such as noon, the time between tides, or even dark moon, are traditionally powerful times for magical transformation. In some Christian traditions, the witching hour is seen as 3 a.m. because it's the opposite of the time that Jesus is said to have died at 3 p.m., but there is some consensus that midnight is the time of greatest magic, particularly around Halloween. As soon as the clock strikes midnight on Halloween, it's said that the spirits flow forward through the veil and, if benevolent, bring positive messages. If not so benevolent, they are mischievous and play tricks, at best or at worst, cause havoc. So allow yourself to relax into the benevolent darkness of midnight. You may feel this is your darkest hour, but know that the light will return again. The dawn always follows the darkest night. So you had your dark time of card shopping. Now dawn comes and brings the light. Know too that it is important to recognize that we all have darkness within us, just as we have light, and this isn't something to hide from, right? So, nothing to be afraid of. We all have these experiences, but we get to choose the impact on us, right? The outside, we're not at the whim of the outside world. I get to choose my stories, my emotions, my energy, and my actions, right? So, I love that. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation and happy car hunting with your tomorrow. All right. Many blessings. All right. Up next, we do have Happy Pill. You are up. Look, you got 5151. Boom. And yours does give me the option to love and to like that. So we will. And you want to know how will you be your life after marriage? Husband, in-laws. All right. Let's take a look here. So, just overall, what do they want you to know about your life after marriage? Here, you got boom, boom, boom. Got three for that. And then specifically with husband, we got that. I do want these three underneath that. And then, dun, 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 the in laws. Better an in law than an outlaw, right? I don't know. Sometimes that's our fear, right? Oh, God, I sure hope it's not an outlaw, because outlaws, of course, are criminals, or the laws after him anyway. What a great card to have on the bottom of the deck. You got the Four of Wands, the marriage card, and it's a joyful celebration energy. So it feels like the wedding itself, joyful, the marriage itself, at the core of it, there is this joy that is rolling below the surface here. What you need to know, you have the Five of Swords, which is the battle between the head and the heart, along with the Knight of Cups, movement of emotion. And then you have the Temperance, which is balance and patience, that the gold does come here. So these three cards coming out together overall of the energy, it feels like in the beginning there might be conflict before the wedding, before the marriage, but it's just the disagreements that are happening and the working out of things. I feel like there's not to worry about it. They're like, this is normal, that there's this kind of conflict between families and people. And it's just people, the fear can get a hold of us, the fear of, well, just all our fears, right? I mean, you know what fears you're feeling and what you would feel around, is this going to go right? How is this going to be? The anxiety, the fear of the future, the fear of the unknown is where it's all at, right? But then the Knight of Cups is the movement of romance, the movement of the heart. And then the Temperance is just trust that things will grow and grow and grow, that there's always progress. And then suddenly gold happens. And there is the gold at the end of the patience journey, the alchemy that's forming. So very positive energies here. I like, you know, just being honest, there's conflict. Like all of my easier path, well, most of my easier path podcasts are all about, you know, why we have conflict. It's the fear, the root of the fears of things. So If you check those out, those are all free too. The playlist is down in the description box if you want to help make your path easier instead of harder. It helps you with conflict there. But looks good with all that we have so far. Husband energy, we have the 9 of cups. Wow. Dream come true, emotional dream come true. We love that. That's a very positive energy. Under the surface of all that, we do have the judgment card, which is actually a calling card. It's a resurrection from the dead energy. And I like that because there is this feeling of dread in your life, it feels like, and they help you feel alive again. And I like that energy here. 7 of Cups, a lot of different emotions that come up. And that makes sense because you're working out some old emotions that were pushed down below the surface. But I like this because it feels like there's a safety energy where you feel safe sharing these emotions that you had stuffed away into the closet of emotions, right? Things that you couldn't express before from like childhood, 7 years old and younger, sadness and anger, things that you couldn't express before bubble up. But it's because you feel safe with them and you guys are able to share this stuff in private, right? And you got the 2 of Coins, very balanced energy coming in here with the 2 of Pentacles. And I like it that they don't I feel like this energy of they don't expect you to make them your life and that's this is just it. They're like, it's you and me and we're together. It's not me, you know, overtaking your life. It's us joining lives together. And I like that balanced energy that comes in here. So very, very balanced, just a modern um, kind of energy around them in that they're like, yeah, we might have traditions and all this, and we'll do all that for everyone. But when it's you and me, we're equals. We're in this together kind of energy. So I like that. In-laws, you've got the 6 of Coins. Yeah, this equal, beautiful balance of give and receive energy. It's abundance, victory type of energy, so we like that equal giving and receiving. Um, we have the Hermit. They're I feel like they're pretty much off to themselves here. I don't know if they live in a different place than where you guys will live, because it feels like they're kind of away, hermited away. Um, so distance kind of feels that where um there's this great coming to get me. That's why it's so good because they're not in your face every day, right? But they do feel like they're pocketed away. We have the Knight of Swords. There's a lot of communication, um, a lot of clarity that comes in here. So I do feel like even though they're not physically there, there's a lot of FaceTiming or contacting, chatting on the phone. There's a lot of texting and communication. So they like to communicate even though they're not there present, but it feels like it's more, you know, over the phone, on the computer, email, texting, chatting, again, camera, FaceTiming kind of energy, at least at this point. And then we have the 7 of Swords. Yeah, there is this um energy here of realizing and this is like a beware, just be cautious of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, because this is the betrayer, the um being cheated out of something because of our fears. So if it's like, oh, I don't want to interact with them because I'm afraid they'll reject me, or I'm afraid that what they'll think of me and whatever. If you do that, then you're cheating yourself out of a great relationship with them. But if you allow yourself to be yourself and allow yourself to let that joy flow, then you'll have this great relationship with them, and you'll have a great amount of contact with them. Um, um, as you. And but if you get in your mind that, oh, this is what they think of me and this is the restrictions, I can't do this, I can't say that, I'm not supposed to do this. It's about communicating and finding out what their true beliefs around things are, and then that releases you to be able to do more and to interact with them more. And it makes sense that their son is real modern, that the parents aren't as strict as we might think that they might be. But so something to think about there. So let's see what your fortune cookie says about the marriage here, though. But I like all this. We got the werewolf. Yeah, exploring your wildness. I like it. Yeah, letting yourself howl at the moon. Says luminosity triggers it. A wild moon rises. Pain and blood and fangs, fur and howling and wolfen guises. Says after a painful, excruciating, bone jarring struggle against the change, the man releases to the magic. Howling unrestrained under the full moon, now the half man, half wolf rises up, snarling and goes looking for blood. Yes, we all know the power of the werewolf. And after the end of the European witch trials, an intense interest in the werewolf developed in folklore tales and evolved to become the stuff of horror stories. Fairly consistently since then, the Wolfman of Lycan has featured regularly in tales, both oral and written. Of course, during the last 100 years, there have been many hugely popular movies, including American Wolf in London, and themes in books such as the recent Twilight Saga series. The werewolf is a kind of a shapeshifter, but one that has traditionally had little control over his wildness. In a way, an inner battle between civilization and wild animal nature fights inside the one body. The vitality, the strength, and freedom of animal versus the reason, control, and intellect of the man. Which one, though, is the dominant force? What is the healthy balance between our animal nature, one that's wild, free, and connected to nature, and our radically civilized humanness, separate from or dominant over nature? The werewolf asks us to consider this balance and to delve into our own ideas of wildness, independence, and custodianship of the planet. When's the last time you spent all day outside? When's the last time you threw your head back and howled at the moon? Do you quash the vitality and curiosity of your body and your mind by sitting all day in front of a computer? The werewolf challenges you to weave a balance between nature and your own nature. I like this because this is what we were talking about. If you let the fear of all the roles and all the civilization of, oh, this is what we have to do, that will restrict you. But find a balance between getting outside of the rules and like in nature and all that civilization. There's a good balance that's there. But that's where those fears come in. Oh, I can't do that. Then we live a restricted life. But there's a balance available, and that's what they're shining on you there. So that's what they have for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Right. Up next, we will have CJ and then JoJo, and we have Love is the most powerful force in the universe. I know that's your original one. You got two there. Let me make sure we grab your free reading while I see it here because I'll get into it and I'll forget. Let me see if I can grab it. There we go. Mouse is being cooperative. Let me add you under here, I think. Yeah, yours is right before Cat got us. Grab that there. All right. I have you in the right place now. So thank you for that. Right, it does sound much nicer, right? All right, and then we've got Rocky Mountain Deb. Thank you for your donation. I'll add you on to that as well up here. to our list. So you'll be up after love is the most powerful force. I think that's everybody that's come in, right? Yes. All right. Let me just make sure we didn't get any over here. Get rid of that there. Right, very good. All right. So let us get back into the donation readings here. Thank you guys so much for your patience in getting to your readings, and cheers. All right. So, CJ, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. You're at 105:44. And let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me. So, thank you for that. And you'd like a guidance for November. Whoops. Yes. All right. Let's see. So, what would they like you to know for November? All right. Do it that one. What else? That one, evidently. You got that. Got these three. Oops, back out of this thing on my other computer. Oh, it already ended. All right, very good. And got that and this one. Oh, there's a little countdown in that month as well. All right, we'll see what we got here. Oh, okay. So there's a pattern here. We got the Seven of Cups on the bottom of the deck here. Seven, it's a good spiritual energy. The Seven of Cups, I feel like there's a lot of opportunities here in November to feel the emotions, to feel what's going on. And so I do feel like the heart is very spotlighted. Yeah, the spotlight, right? Um, During that month there, you can even see that you're glowing amongst the it's like your emotional inner child is bringing up the emotions to be transformed. So it's a very transformational, emotional transformational time in November. And you've got 2 cards and then 1 card and then 3, 2, 1. So it's like the number 3, now you're entering into 2 and 1, and then you're beginning another cycle of emotional transformation. So I feel like coming here in October, um, coming just out of October, like the last half of October, boom, a big kind of step up in ener emotional energetic transformation. EEE, emotional energetic, oh no, EET, right? Uh, and then you're applying it with this 2 and this 1, and then I feel in the middle of November, you step up to another level of emotional energetic transformation, and then um, it goes like that. So let's see here how you're applying the emotional step up that you had in toward the end of October. You do have the Sun card. Yeah, inner child energy of Leo energy coming in, and the King of Swords. So they're the master storyteller. And I feel like it's great. It's like you're communicating with your emotional inner child, giving them new bedtime stories, right? Telling them a new story. And I feel like this has been a reflective energy for you of looking at that and going, no, this is the story that you were told, but I'm telling you the new story of how we're going to look at something. And I do feel like that is like you're literally, I see like you're reading a book to your inner child and they're like, "Wow, I love this story better than that other one." So, they're letting go of some old ways of thinking and letting some charged emotions also float away, which brings you to the 4 of Cups, yeah, so emotional stability that comes in here, so whatever there was something that was just creating anxiety, and it was a trigger, emotional trigger that would come up and come up and come up. And that's like when our inner child's like, "Mom, mom, 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 dad, dad, dad." And finally we're like, "All right, well, look at that." And you did, and you told them a new story. And then there's that rest. It's like your emotional child goes, "Okay, I'm gonna take a nap now." And so you feel this emotional peace. And that's what's coming in here over the next couple weeks here till the middle of November. You just have this wonderful kind of feel until middle November. And then Then they wake up and they want to look at something else. And let's see what that is here. So you have the judgment card, which is rising from the dead, but also looking at things from a higher perspective. We have the nine of coins, the nine of pentacles, which is that independent energy. Um, and in a way, it is this connection is what is my physical dream come true? And we got the magician, yeah. And I like this energy of realizing I have everything I need within me to make my dream come true. Um, and this, my physical dream come true comes from within me, not from outside of me. But also, it's like they're entering into this extra energy of gratitude of what have I loved about things in my life, and that's what helps draw in the dream come true of the outside world. And so I feel like there is this reawakening. It's almost like some of it has to do with the childhood dream of what the physical world would look like where you wanted to live, or what kind of house, or what kind of things you'd like to do. And there's something special, like living near a forest, or having a pond nearby, or a lake of water, or body of water, or it's something that was very much like as a child, you were like, oh, and this is part of the dream. And I feel like this is an awakening up from the childhood here too. You might even actually dream of it because that's a place your inner child will bring it forward for you to. That's interesting. Let's see what else that takes you to. Right? Sounds good. Four of coins and six of coins. Yeah, all of this external stability. Um, and it has to do with home with the Four of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles is giving and receiving energy, but it's abundant energy. And I like this because the Four of Coins, I look at like the Four of Pentacles, Four of Coins. It's the four walls of the outside world, which is usually a dwelling, a home, or even I just had a picture of a greenhouse, and that's something that my mom always wanted to have, and my brother, he wanted one, and he actually built one out of extra. He found someone getting rid of windows, and he built his own little greenhouse out of these extra windows that someone had. And I'm like, that's what I'm seeing, is it's something that is something that you've always wanted, and you're bringing to fruition. But I feel like it has to be, it's tied to childhood in some way. Yeah, and then you have incarnation. This is one of the other two cards that are unique to this deck. So let's grab it here. This is in the back here. Way, way in the back. So it says this card signifies the importance of grounding your spiritual insights and dreams into tangible reality. Your dreams, your childhood dreams into the physical world. You can't make it up. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? It's a reminder that your thoughts and ideas shape your physical world. It encourages you to bring your aspirations into concrete form and to stay connected to the earth. Focus on turning your visions and goals into reality. Take practical steps to bring your dreams to life. Stay connected to the physical world and balance your spiritual and earthly pursuits. Harmonize your spiritual insights with your everyday life. Let your actions reflect your inner beliefs and values. Witness the interconnectedness of all things and the importance of nurturing your relationships and your environment. So be grounded and create a life that reflects your highest values and your deepest aspirations. You just can't make it up. So I feel like that, what a wonderful November. I'm excited for you. And let's pull your fortune cookie too, and we'll see what else they want to add. But wow, I love it when spirit speaks so clearly and it just builds and builds and builds. So beautiful. Beautiful interactions with your emotional inner child, which is 7 years old and younger, is ish, is, even into the womb is when our emotional inner child is formed and uh, takes its form, I guess you could say. No, they don't want any of those either. So what do we have here? All right. All right, here we go. The lamp, remembrance. Wow. Remembering the dream. Maybe. We'll see if that's what comes in here. I light a single candle within a lamp for you, a single flame in the darkness that reflects my heart so true. Says, whilst it is a tradition to carve a jack-o'-lantern to scare away the spirits, it was an older tradition still to light a candle or a lamp on Halloween night and leave it at the window as a loving guide have passed, both as a symbol of remembrance and also as a kind of leaving the lights on for those who may wish to come home. The lamp was left to illuminate the night and perhaps even the sadness that was felt because of the passing. It's interesting because, like at that Four of Pentacles, that's the card of home, right? So, home is a theme. What does home mean to you? And what kind of home do you want to create? This card reminds us that it is a positive thing to remember those who have passed by celebrating their life rather than mourning their death. For those with whom we did not have an easy relationship, or even those we did not like, that leave us with valuable lessons. Sometimes we learn more from our nemesis than we do from our friends, and so the darkness can illuminate our strengths and our true values so that we can live them more clearly and fully. Wow, what a beautiful energy. I love that. All right. So that is what they have for you here, CJ. So thank you again for your donation. I love that for you. Wow, wow, wow. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. I don't think anyone else came in. Nope. So Jojo, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And we'll scroll up here. Yep. And it allows me like there. Hello. And you said, why did you get sad all of a sudden watching a not sad movie with someone? Interesting. All right. Let's find out what the dealio is with that. Itch, itch, itch. All right. What is this? Triggering something in your mind? I got a sudden itch on my forehead here. It's like a thought, something in the movie might have triggered a memory that you didn't relate it to, but the inner child was like, "What?" Psh, and something popped up. Let's see what this is here. Where did this sadness come from? Okay. All right. So what we got here? Got 2 1 2 1 21 21. Bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands energy, very connected to the spirit world, right? Very much rules with the king over the energy, but very empathic and emotional energy too. So there, it does definitely feel like it was a spiritual, emotional energy that was coming through here. We'll see where this is taking us. You have the Nine of Swords. Yeah, here's the mind, the expectations, fear energy, and the Three of Wands energy coming in here too. There's a little bit of, I feel like something in the movie, it was a non-sad movie, but I feel like there was some sort of change, some sort of action that happened in it, 'cause I'm seeing myself watching something, and their anxiety triggered a fear inside of me. It, like, brought something to my mind, but it's my subconscious mind about a fear of the future and a fear of change, but it yeah, it's like a fear of the unknown, a fear of the future, of change. So there's something that triggered there. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, we got the Sun card. Here's your Leo stepping out into the sunlight, stepping out into and shining bright. And this is inner child energy with Leo energy. Usually there's a little baby riding the horse or a young toddler riding the horse on the sun card, right? So this is inner child energy. Like I said, the inner child is like, hit the unknown, the fear. I don't know. I don't know. There's something about being an actress, being in front of people, being out there, and it kind of triggered with the movie, and um, and the inner child's like, I know you want to do this, but it's freaking me out. So it's even though it felt like sadness, it it's rooted in fear. It feels like, in that the inner child wanted to. Um, it's like I'm just seeing a little like a toddler where we're like, "Come on, we're gonna go over there," and they're like, and they start, they start forming this crying, and they're like, "Oh man, what?" And so they're, the big crocodile, big tear, these big drops of tears. They're just so sad. I'm scared. And so it feels like sadness, but at the root of it, it's the fear, and it's crying over the fear. That's interesting. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, Queen of Cups, feeling a lot of emotion, and we of course are in Scorpio season, which is water energy with the sun, and we were in Pisces moon energy the last 2 3 days. Deep, deep emotional, subconscious, bubbling up of emotion too, right? Yeah, and the 5 of Wands, the conflicting energy between the head and the heart. So it's the heart making itself known, that, the mind is like, "I know what we need to do," and there's fears in there, but the heart, you were feeling deep emotion, that was really amplified. So when the little inner child started to cry, they were doing it into a megaphone. Yeah, and the 6 of Swords. This is about the change, leaving behind old ways, going into new ways. So it does feel like a lot of this had to do with the fear of change and fear of the unknown, and and that's our inner child. It doesn't like change. It wants to stay stagnant and keep everything the way it is, because then I know what's going on. But you're wanting to change things. I can tell. With all that, the readings you've been getting with, you're getting ready to step out into the spotlight, right? Let's see what else they want to give you here with the Halloween Oracle. Let's see what else we've got going on here. Okay. Winter, the sacredness of pausing. Yeah. They're like, we want things to stay stagnant, right? Let's see what else winter brings in. Says, lightly I step, for the earth falls asleep, a lullaby to rest and pause, the soul's secrets to keep. Says, death is frightening, even though, or perhaps because, it is inescapable. However, as we move into winter, we know it signals a literal and metaphysical death. In some parts of the planet, the extreme weather means snow and ice buries all life, and the ground lies fallow and still. In winter, the earth slows down and there is less light and often more wet weather. Many plants die back, many animals are less active, and traditionally, it was a leaner, more difficult time for those who worked on the land for their living. Winter often brought with it the end of a life cycle, a figurative or literal death. Should the winter card appear to you, it's time to let what no longer serves you die away, where it seems natural and right to let things that have been bothering you for some time die back. Take real action to change those things. Anything that is superfluous, extra, and burdensome, release it. And I feel like that's what they're sensing. They're sensing that you are in the stage of letting old things go and go into new, and it doesn't like change. So you said something in the movie triggered you, and it feels like your inner child is like, "Oh, no." So it's a good we can comfort our inner child and go, "I got you, boo. I will make sure that we have everything we need. Nothing's gonna happen to us." And do that. Grease lightning. Go grease lightning. Um, so I like this, you know, the awareness of it is good because then you can, approach your inner child with it. I want to do the go grease lightning, go grease lightning. Butter, 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 butter. Where's my leather pants? I'm just kidding. All right. So that's what they have for you, Jojo. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. And thank you again for your donation. All right. All right. So I don't think anyone else had time. Nope. So we'll jump into here. So, love, you are up next. Let's grab your first timestamp here. Put that out here. I did grab your free reading for later. So we will circle back around for that at some point. And so, yeah, let me give you love and like to your first one since it lets me. And you'd like a general. All right. Let's take a look here. See what spirit would like you to know here. What are we looking for you here? What would they like you to know? Okay, thank you. Get those to those. All right. Nope, I didn't want those. All right. Got one card and two cards and two cards and three cards. There's a little pause in something that seems to be unfolding. Because when you get like a one and then a two and then a two and three, it's like it pauses in the middle. It's like one, two, two and a half, three, so it's like a uh interesting. And you have the three of swords on the bottom, which is an expectations card, but I feel like what they're bringing in here, it's not disappointment and heartbreak energy. It's just a message that whatever is unfolding here, like maybe what's on your mind and in your energy that you're wanting to hear about, that it's just unexpected. There's an unexpected pause. And it's not really disappointment because I don't feel like that's your thing with this. I feel like you're just like, oh, that's unexpected. That's what I feel like you're saying. It's not like, "Oh god, this is unexpected." It's like, "Oh, just an observation. That was unexpected. Alright, I'll go with the flow." And I feel like that's what you do here with going with the flow of how things are unfolding here. The first step here, you have the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. It is a mother nature, mother nurture, nurturing type of energy. There might even be is there something to do with mothering here? Is where I really feel this focused in on caring for others like a mother would, or caring for a mother. But the divine feminine energy really present as part of your message there. And then you have the strength card and the nine of coins. So there is this Leo energy, this connection to one's inner strength with the nine of pentacles. So there is this having the confidence to move forward into it's like independence and getting into like with spirit alone, but there is this separation kind of energy. So whatever this is, it's mother nature, mother nurture. I'm going to care for me throughout this situation. I've got to take care of me too, and I'm going to have the strength to say no to what I don't say to what I don't want, and it's okay, and I can have my independence, and I have my connection to my higher self and this inner strength to be able to do this. And I feel like whatever this independent move is, that's where it just takes a little more time to unfold here. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Emperor energy, Aries energy, and the Nine of Wands. So the it feels like the barrier that was here that caused the unexpected delay, it has to do with me choosing what I want and deciding what I want. And then once I do that, I step into my power and I make it happen. It's the clearing away of everyone out of the throne room with all their opinions and saying, leave those in that box on your way out. I need silence. I need this quietness to decide what it is, excuse me, that I want to do. And then once I decide, then I make the plan and then I do the action. But there's indecision feels like, uh, and it's really the indecision is the delay. It's the cause of the delay, but it's the indecision isn't because I'm like, well, I don't know what I want to do. It's I don't know what I want to do because maybe in the past I always did what everyone else wanted to do. And so now it's like discovering. It's like, what's your favorite food? I'm going to order your favorite food and you're like, I've never this was a time in my life there were someone else wanted to do that when I was trying to find out what my favorite movie or food or restaurant or whatever was, I didn't know because I always did what everyone else because I didn't want to choose wrong and upset people. I was a big people pleaser when I was younger, and I'm a recovering people pleaser. and I'm sure a lot of you are like, "Yeah, I hear you. I'm right there with you." But it's like realizing, "Oh, I'm gonna explore," and I went to different restaurants, I got different food, and I was like, "Meh, meh, meh." And then I was like, "This, I love this. This is my favorite restaurant," So this is my new favorite place, at the time. And, I feel like that's what's happening here is you discovering what it is that you truly want, and then you move forward, and that brings you yep, Queen of Wands, takes you into action, following your gut, following your heart, and allowing your passion and to go forward, not your mind, the supposed to be, should be, need to be, following your heart and your passion. And the 10 of Wands, yeah, Queen of Wands, 10 of Wands. I like this. And the 2 of Cups, yeah, your choice, your power of emotional choice. 10 of Wands is an energy of I'm doing an energetic review of where I'm investing all of my energy, and I'm discovering what is truly important to me and truly urgent to me. That's bucket one. That gets all of my energy first. And then if there's any energy left over, then I look at bucket two, which are the things that are important to me, but not urgent. I can put those on the calendar for later, knowing when they'll become urgent. And then the things that are urgent but not important, I don't have to give any energy to those at all. So I feel like there's a lot of clarity coming in here about what do I want to do and what's important and urgent to me, not everyone else. So I like that. And we'll pull a fortune cookie here for you too. See what up with that. What else they want you to know here? Let's put these cards back in. All right. Right off the bat. Boom, boom, boom. You have skeleton. Yeah, strength. Your inner strength, like the Leo card, right? So, how perfect. Getting to the bones of things, getting down to the bones. Says, on the outside is flesh, on the inside is bone. There is strength in vulnerability, in power we have grown. Halloween is a scary festival. It is meant to frighten, and we are meant to feel the release of being pleasantly scared. We trick or treat even though we know that someone may surprise us. We watch horror films knowing they will scare us. We even dress as skeletons who have no flesh at all, and their bones are there for all to see. In short, we show our vulnerability at Halloween and our strength in facing our fears too. Wow. There is incredible strength in showing a course of action and the most frightening. More often than not, it is a powerful catalyst for personal growth, even though we may not be able to perceive that at the time. By showing our true selves and displaying some balanced vulnerability, we can seek and receive greater understanding from others. Excuse me. By admitting that we are wrong or that we don't have the solution when we're expected to, we leave more room to turn things round faster. By asking for help and support, rather than acting as martyrs and feeling resentful, shows strength and wisdom, not weakness. Should the skeleton card bring itself to your attention, dare to show strength and vulnerability if that is what you really feel. Shame, pride, grudges, or embarrassment are hefty burdens that need not be carried through the darkest of nights. Wow. I love that message. What a beautiful, I just love that card, the yellows that are here. So I love that. All right. So that is what they have for that one for you there, love. Let me just update this here. There we go. And then for number two, you're 13608. Whoops. There we go. So I'll put that in here. All right. So let's give your second donation a love and a like here. And you want a reading on ETAG. ETAG? 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 All right. We'll take a look here. Oh, and you wanted to know, can demons interfere with readings? Well, de- um, okay. So if you believe demons exist, yes. But let me explain that, because that's a great question. Because my brother and I got in a discussion once. He was in Christianity still, and I had kind of left organized religion. And when he asked me, "Well, do you believe in demons?" And I was like, "Huh." I go, "My instinct is that everything is made of unconditional love and light, so demons, which would be evil and darkness, really don't exist." And I asked, and Spirit, I go, "So do demons exist?" And Spirit was like, "Well, if you want it for your adventure, we will order it from the props to." And then they showed me a movie, kind of a movie set, and they had these two demons that were walking to the movie set, but they were only demons from the neck down, and they were holding demon heads like masks under their arms, and they were laughing, and they were beings of light, and they're all blah 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 ha ha ha, and, blah, 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 and they were off to go put on the performance because they needed it for that story, right? And that was interesting to realize that we are the creators of our world, our experiences, and if I need demons or aliens or swamp monsters or whatever I with my energy are wanting for my experience, poof, I bring it into existence. Just like everything around us is energy, but at the core of everything is unconditional love, right? So for me, because I don't need demons or want demons for my experience, um, then um, they don't interfere with anything in my life because I surround myself with a giant bubble of unconditional love and light. If someone else wants to believe in demons and wants demons for their experience, because demons are a lower vibrational entity, they can interfere with people that are doing readings if they believe in it, just like any of our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. Any limiting thoughts and beliefs and mindsets of lower vibration can limit us in our lives. It's noisy, right? Lower vibration, anything rooted in fear is noisy, and spirit is on a plane of unconditional love and gratitude and joy and light and play and everything, right? So to communicate clearly with spirit and hear, um, then the more we raise our vibration, the clearer our messages are. But like anything else, any fears, any of the human mindsets that are rooted in fear create noise. So, like that, believing in demons, uh, if we believe a dark entity can interfere with us, then that's it. I think they're bringing back to me. I think it's Bashar, who is an entity that Daryl Inca he channels. I think I saw something that he mentioned about demons, and they're like, I don't think I watched the video. I just think I saw because I remember the title or the little description that said demons aren't, or like demons are an expression of our fears. Um, so if we have fears, the energy of our fears is the demon. It's not a real entity or something like that. But those are some interesting concepts. And of course, everyone can believe what they want to believe. But that's the answer coming from there. So hopefully that helps. um, yeah, and let me know if you have any other questions on that. Yes, such great questions. I love it. All right. So for your reading on ETAG, let's see what Spirit wants you to know here around that here. But yeah, so all the lower vibration creates noise. And when you first start doing readings, um, when we first start opening up to our spiritual gifts, that's why sometimes it's like our mind will get involved and make it noisy and it's staticky. And that's why some readers that are out there, it's like, well, they give me scary, messages, but they're so right on some things. And that's the way it is. It's moments of connection of love, but then if we go into fear, we get noise, and then we something about sandwiches, and they're like, no, it's like that. What is it? We finish each other's sandwiches. No, it's we finish each other's sentences, but we heard sandwiches because we were through static, right? That's funny. Anyway, all right, so we'll move on here. Around E-Tag here, the bottom of the deck, we've got the Six of Swords. There is a transformational energy coming in here. There is letting go of some old ways of thinking, some higher ways of thinking, a lot of clarity coming in that's moving things from choppy waters to calmer waters. So this clarity is bringing something in, and bringing change. So because of the mindset changing, it's going to make its way to the outside world, change in the physical world, but it takes time for it to get from here out to here, if that makes sense. What else? We got the Six of Coins. So the six is coming in here. There is this balancing energy that is arriving here with this. Yeah, just a lot of, and that's the Six of Pentacles. It's the balance is starting here and it makes it way to the outside world. Okay, so that's what they're saying. Yeah, this is what you said. We're confirming it. And the two sixes together, it's funny. Another tarot reader, Chris from Meadow, um, the what is it? Meadow Pond? I forget what the name of his channel is, but I watch him every once in a while. He's hilarious, and when he says when two sixes show up, it means you're on the right path. Which I don't believe we're never on the wrong path, but it's an indication of yeah, you're stepping. You're not on your wandering path. You're on a direct path. So I like that. What else? You've got the Page of Coins. So there is this opportunity opening up in the outside world with the Four of Coins. So it is creating this solid foundation. Again, very balancing energy coming in. So if something's been feeling out of balance, it's really coming into balance with all of this here. Let's see what else we have here. We have the Star card, another balance card, and the Page of Wands. And this, and what I'm getting with this is that there's, the star card usually has a big star and then seven small stars, which is represents the seven chakras, the energetic meridian system, right? And then the Page of Wands, with both of these coming out together, because we're bringing a balance, this balance that's coming in, it's like the chakras the energetic system is balancing up, it would be like, um, okay, this makes sense to me, and this is what they're showing me, so I'm just going to say it. If you ever take a door off its hinges, you take out that the big long thingy that goes in there that keeps, these prongs and these prongs have to match up so that it goes all the way down, and then the door goes on the hinge, right? um, well, that's what has to happen with our energetic system for this upgrade, this page of wands, for this new energy to come into the situation here. There's this balancing and this alignment that happens. And so all this changes here that bring balance, 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 aligns, and then here comes this new energy to um, the situation that you're inquiring about here. Interesting. And then these three cards. Let's see what this brings in here. Yeah, the World card brings an ending of an old cycle, reaching a completion, going to a new level, things changing, progressing. 10 of Swords, ending of old ways, beginning of new ways, which is what happens here with, because it goes to the Fool card, which is a world of possibilities, not a world of restriction and supposed to be's and intentions and all those expectations of should and need to, have to, must, blah, 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 all that restrictiveness. There's like this opening that comes in here. This, I'm not, uh, it's the ability to go with the flow and drift and not have to have intentions and not focusing on what's not happening, but looking at the possibilities like a little child does before they're told,
No.
right? When we're through pain and punishment and praise taught, oh, this is what you are supposed to do. There's this freedom that comes with all this. And then the Queen of Wands, yeah, new energy, stepping into power, moving forward. Um, and whatever we're focusing on is what grows and expands in the situation here. So if I focus in on my fears, on my expectations, I'm focusing on what's not happening, I get more of that. When I'm focusing on what I'm grateful, what I love about the adventure, I get more of that. And so realizing here, this is the ending and the change of the cycle, is rather than focusing on what's not happening because of these expectations, the small t truths rooted in fear, I'm focusing on the capital T truth of what I love and joy. And that expands the energies. So interesting. So hopefully that resonates there regarding ETAG there. And let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too from Izzy Halloween. And then we will get to your free reading here eventually sometime today too. All right. We've got the Skull of Darkness, blind spots. Interesting. Here's the brain, enlightenment coming to the brain, right? Higher thinking, maybe. Let's see here. There's all the skulls. Skull of Darkness, blind spots. It says, we may not wish to delve there, the shadows, the darkness, the unknown, yet when we search, we reveal, and our power, it has grown. There goes that new power. The beautiful and mysterious Skull of Darkness encourages us to look to the part of ourselves that normally remains hidden or as unseen as possible. We may not appreciate or like certain aspects of ourselves or others, and yet sometimes our greatest treasures lie within these areas. How many times have you heard of famous artists or people extremely successful in their fields being bullied for being so different? Yet it is their very differences from others that make them so powerful. Additionally, all of us at some stage of life have certain blind spots that may cause us grief and trouble. Although we cannot see the issue clearly, it is the repeated patterns of pain that may alert us to them, symptoms, if you will. For example, the same things keep happening over and over again. We may be betrayed repeatedly, fail at something repeatedly, not complete tasks continually. Peace and pattern breaking. That was the world card, ending of old cycles, old patterns, beginning of new things. So, peace and pattern breaking can be achieved by doing the work in uncovering our blind spot or even consulting trusted close friends or professionals to assist us to see what we cannot. Ooh, interesting. So, hopefully that resonates and is helpful there, love. That is what they have for you there. Like I said, we'll circle back for your free reading in a bit. All right. So many, many blessings. All right, you're very welcome, Jojo. All right, and then Sudeshna, thank you so much for your additional donations there. Let me add you to the list here. So line here. Oops, I was about to put it in the wrong place. Don't do that. All right, so we'll add that there. And actually, we have Deb. Deb will be up next, and then we will circle back around for your additional two. All right, let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. All right. Let's put those down there. Drank a little too much coffee there. Just my mustache, sometimes like a sponge, it just takes it up there. All right. Anyway, TMI, I know. All right. So Deb, 151.29. Hello, hello. You're still here. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp. Let's give that a love and a likey there. All right. Oh, I love the Om symbol, matching the beautiful Om symbols all over the place here. So, energy awareness next weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let's give these a couple shuffles here. Align with your energy. So, let's see what we got here, Deb. All right. So, Friday. What do they want you to know about the energy of Friday? Right? 3 cards for Friday. For Saturday, in the park, I think it was the 4th of July. Where did that come from? And then Sunday. I'm hearing all these sounds going on in my head. All these commercials say they don't want that one, but they do want those two, and they want that one. Okay, Sunday feels like a progression of some kind. We'll see what that's about. All right. So we've got 3 cards and 3 cards, and then 3, 2, 1 for Sunday. So fun, right? The jukebox is playing. Well, the overall energy for the 3 days together, you do have the 7 of Wands, which is about being true to your authentic self, shining bright, not dimming your light. You also have the 7 of Cups underneath there. So we've got these 2 sevens here. Emotional experiences. I don't feel like emotional confusion. It just feels like feeling a lot of different emotions throughout the weekend. Just a lot of different variety and allowing yourself to feel in a flow. You don't have to act on the emotions, but I feel like it's, instead of being visited by the 3 ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future, you're visited by the 7 emotional angels. Or demons. No, because we were talking about demons earlier, but they're all emotion is higher vibration. Let me rephrase that. All emotion is vibration. All emotion is rooted in love, just some of it's lower vibrational love, others higher vibrational love. If we look at it as a temperature, a thermometer, a temperature measurer called a thermometer, um, we see it as not right or wrong, just different, you know. So I like that kind of approach. So that's the theme. Friday, the energy that you have death and rebirth. So there is transformational change energy here. You do have the 6 of Swords, letting some old ways of thinking go, seeing higher ways, going with the flow, kind of energy here, and from choppy waters to calmer waters too. And then you have the incarnation, bringing your dreams into reality kind of energy here. I like that. So I do feel like there is some letting go energy on Friday, just going with the flow. And in doing that, yeah, it's like instead of trying to have something, we allow, and then that's when it comes to us. It's like if you chase after a squirrel, the squirrel's going to run away. But if we hold a pecan or a walnut, then the squirrel will come to us. So if we hold out our hand with the walnut on it, we draw this what we're wanting to us. If we try to control it and try to force it, then it just runs away. So I like that energy for Friday, a big go with the flow energy. Saturday, you got the page of coins. Yeah, this feeling of abundance here, some treasure, and the emperor energy here. We got that Aries deciding what it is that I want, and then, you know, realizing that you get to have what you want to, that it's not about sacrificing yourself for everyone else. This is about an energy of, you know, getting everyone out of your throne room and going, okay, what is it that I want? And then I'm gonna make some of what I want come true too. I'm not gonna like have it be everyone has to do what I want to do, but I want to do some things and I want to do it. And so it's allowing yourself that, you know, underneath the surface here, nine of wands. Yeah. The only one holding you back is you with this nine of wands. Um, so I like that, right? You're going on a road trip to Connecticut. Yeah, right. With Tab and her partner. Casinos, which is not something we do often, but enjoy when we do go, spending 2 nights plus 60th birthday. We have separate rooms. Yay. Yeah, right. So I like this energy. It's like what I want to do on, Saturday. Um, don't feel like, well, I'll go along with what everyone else wants. Yeah, you can do some of that, but also ask for what you want and do what you want to, right? And then Sunday, we have a 3, 2, 1. It's a countdown. It starts off with your energy, the star card of Aquarius, energy with the Eight of Swords, letting go of mindsets, thoughts, and beliefs that don't serve you, and lovers, too. Important relationship energy here. I like this. Again, it feels like an energy of it's emotional choices. It's letting go of old thoughts and beliefs that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. And also, I feel like there's this awareness around this because it can be something like the morning starts off like the afternoon and before it's what I think should be and what is we're kind of wake up in an energy of, well, this is how things are supposed to go, right? Um, and so it's like, oh, okay, I see, that it's okay to let everyone do their own thing their way, and I can do things my way, but no one can make me feel any way. I get to choose it. And I feel like that's the kind of starts off in the morning there. Maybe there's just a little bit of lack of sleep among everyone. And um, it just feels everyone's kind of in a I want things my way energy. And it's like, that's okay, you know, because we can also be, yeah, walk in with your eyes wide open, right? Because we could also fall into that. Well, wow, no one you're not supposed to want it your way. That's my way, right? My way is that other people aren't supposed to want it their way. It's like, I get mad when people want it their way and not have it my way because that's my way. So it's good awareness to walk in with that. And then in the afternoon, you do have the Empress. Yeah, maybe you win big before you leave. But the Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, Harvest. abundance energy. And here's your energy again with the King of Swords. That's Aquarius, Gemini, Libra, master of your thoughts and beliefs and in your mind. Um, and so that is important. But I like this balance because the Empress energy, she rolls over all four queens, and all queens grant their energy to the Empress. So that's 5 parts cups because all queens get cups, right? So in the Queen of Cups, so it's 5 parts cups, and then 1 part air, 1 part fire, air, fire, and earth. Um, so there's all that emotional energy balanced with the mental energy, the king who's the master of thinking. So there's that good, you know, Aquarius pouring out some of their emotion, not keeping it all contained as well. Yep. And then the Two of Cups. You got all this lovers, Two of Cups, big emotional choice energies that are coming in here, right? You're gonna tell me you're psychic. That's funny. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. But I like this for you. It feels like um, some great awareness on self-awareness on how I'm responding to things and allowing myself to feel with that seven of cups. Um, but in being true to my authentic self, allowing myself to ask for what I want and to do things separate too. Hey, we're gonna go do this. That's cool. Not really into that. I'm gonna go do this instead, right? You see your brain figuring it all out right here in the chat. Right. I'm gonna do this, and this is gonna be, and this should be this, and this is how it should go. And it's like, nope, a big go with the flow kind of energy. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. What have we got? What do we got? What do we got? Invisibility and authenticity. Woo. I like this. Let's see what this is bringing in here. It says, heart beating, we sense but do not see. They touch, we chill. They come unseen. Says, that feeling you sometimes have that someone is watching you? You cannot see them, yet you have a distinct feeling that someone is there. All the hairs are up on the back of your neck. You think you see something in the corner of your eye, but when you turn, there's nothing to be seen but empty air. This is the power of invisibility, the indirect fear and the covert threat of having to fight something that we cannot see. Ooh, you're funny. Humans have a strong visual sense, so it's no wonder that we're uneasy about things we cannot see. The ancients believed that all manner of creatures, mythical and physical, and of course the deities, could make themselves invisible at will. When we consider that some animals are camouflaged so well by their coats or behavior that sometimes, even if we're looking straight at them, they're hard to see within their environment, that invisibility isn't such a far fetched concept. In many cultures, the idea of beings who could watch us undetected were and still are common. Jinns, angels, nature spirits, the fae, and even practitioners of magic, such as witches, are said to have the power to appear and disappear at will. Later in literature and then in movies, invisibility becomes a common power, and we now have fictional superheroes that are invisible and even cloaks of invisibility so we can see the invisible, right? The concept of invisibility is a double edged sword. Whilst it is a powerful tool to be able to gain information or to assist while no one sees, individuals using it are privy to information that may not be meant for them and it may be taken out of context or unethically. It is a power of manipulation and easily abused. Someone had asked, "Do you do third party readings?" Some readers don't do it, and I'm like, "Oh, we get into the tea of the third party." but it's always from a place of information and awareness, not for blackmail purposes. Anyway, the idea of hiding away and not being seen is also a big part of the dark side of the concept. We're all born to shine our light out into the world and to take our roles. That's the big message I feel that connects to your reading. Hiding our talents, not expressing our true selves, stealing others' ideas or work, and being someone else rather than your authentic self are all aspects to consider should this card appear in your reading. So, whichever one of those resonates. But this really is about being true to your authentic self, asking for what you want, not feeling like you're invisible. Um, and that you just need to blend in, but that you can be, yourself. So I like one of those. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. And what a fun weekend you're having come up. A lot of activities this next week, but it's all good stuff. All right. So thank you again for the donation. Always appreciated. Always good to see you, my friend. I was gonna say try to stay out of trouble, but why try? Just be trouble. And let me know how that goes telling the court that you're psychic and see if they um, dismiss you from being on jury duty. But you're like, to be on if you want to be honest, I am empathic. I pick up people's emotions. So I don't know if I can be um, completely I don't know if I can separate that from the facts that you're presenting. I might be looking beyond that, and it might be hard for me to separate that, and that may not be fair to you know the people, right? Trouble is my middle name. Oh, well, or maybe I do know because I do see the invisible. You're so funny. So enjoy, my friend. All right. So, hey, Maria, welcome. Good to see you. I got your free reading down here. I'll add that to the list here. And then you'll be up here after I have two for Sudeshna, and then you'll be up after that for your donation. So welcome. It was Spirit's idea. I know, right? But I don't know if I would get called. Now watch, knock on wood, I'll get called for jury duty, and I'll be like, um, "What do you have in your hands?" And I go, "My tarot. I'm going to find out if they're guilty or not." Shall we find out right now? They're like, "Stop it! Get out of the courtroom!" Oh my God, guilty! They did it. They murdered them in the garden. They buried them there. Oh, it's all right. There's no blame if there's no guilt. My dear, I'm gonna move on to Sudeshna's here because I can talk all day. So many blessings to you. Enjoy. I know, right? Wouldn't that be crazy? All right. So Sudeshna, we're circling back here for number 3 for you. Thank you so much for your multiple donations. Peace. All right, let's give that third one a love and a like there. All right, so details about your next significant love relationship, please. Let's see what we have here. Who, when, how, new person or known, anything else? All right, let's take a look. See what we got. I feel like we need to take a sip of coffee before we jump into this one here, right? So, first of all, let's find out, is it a new person or known? That's where I'm being drawn to first. Is this a new person or someone you know already? Got the 9 of Wands and the Sun card. It's someone you know already. The Sun card is a bright, shining light, which is visibility. That's what I'm seeing. Like there's a spotlight. So you've seen them in your life, but with the 9 of Wands, it's someone that there's been a a barrier between the two of you. And I kind of feel like it's physical distance. It's someone that moved away, that's somewhere else. But I do feel like they'll be coming back. Excuse me. Um, let's see the when. We're going to pull a learning tarot here. Based on current energies, when are you meeting them? When are they coming back? And 2 cards if that's different, please. We really want to get into some some details, right? All right, thank you. It's around the same period of time. Knight of Cups, February 19th to March 20th. And the Knight of Cups is romance. They're coming back into town on their white horse. Dun, 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 dun. So it is between, and that is Aquarius season, right? February 19th? No, that's Pisces season. I'm like, duh, I'm an Aquarius and my birthday's February 12th. I'm like, that wouldn't be right. But it's Pisces season when they come back in based on current energies. So that is, and that's really not too far away. If you look at it, it's like November, December to January. What do you say? November to December, December to January, January to February, February almost to March. It's only 3.5, 4 months away. Crazy, right? So that's what we're looking at as far as the when. How? How? Um, 10 of Cups is joy. So I feel like you guys meet up at a party, a celebration. So it's someone that must be your circle of friends, and you've known them before, but they've gone away and now they're coming back. And when they come back, you bump into them because they just got back into town. It's like they got back into town in the morning and there's a celebration in the evening. And so they haven't had a chance just to put all their stuff and say hello to their family. And then they're off to the celebration. And that's where you bump into them. And they're like, I just got back today. And you're like, shut up. And there's this great, interaction, uh, reacquaintance with each other. I like that. So can we know more about who this is? You might already know who this is with everything that we did here. Um, but let's see what else we can know about them here. See if this will help. Yeah, we'll put these out of the way here. Give me some space. All right, so you got 3 and 1 and 1. So what are these 3 together? You got the Knight of Wands. So there was passionate connection between the two of you guys. You have the 8 of Swords and the 8 of Coins. Yeah, so I do feel like you went to school with them with the 8 of Coins, 8 of Pentacles, because that is learning and growing. And 8 of Swords, I feel like things they like you guys were attracted to one another, but this 8 of Swords, there's like some beliefs like independently that kind of made you guys feel limited and restricted, and you didn't feel like it was the right timing, and you guys were going to school and um but there was this attraction and everything, and then you guys graduated. It almost feels like it's high school that you guys knew each other. Then they went away to college somewhere else, and now they're coming back home. Um, so interesting energy here. Hopefully that helps. Got the 7 of Cups. Yeah, you guys had a lot of different emotions for each other. And the Ace of Cups. Yeah, so I don't feel like you guys were able to get into any kind of relationship or anything before. There was just this strong energies, and then it just kind of life took over, um and with this Eight of Swords, I kind of feel like there was not so much a disagreement, like a fight or something. I just feel like you guys kind of felt like it wasn't everything wasn't in alignment to come together. Either they were dating someone, or you were dating someone, or you both were dating someone else, but you guys were really attracted, but you were with people already, or one of you were, or it could be both. I kind of feel like it's they were with someone and you weren't, and then when you got with someone, then they got single. Well, like, it never lined up in one of those ways. So, but now, Ace of Cups, things are aligned. You both are single and available, and there's a spark that happens. So, interesting, right? So, hopefully that gives you enough of who that is. And then let's see here, your fortune cookie here. Let's see what we have here for this. Then we'll go on to your additional one here. We've got the witch, the earthly weaver of the worlds, your power. Stepping into your power. Well, open right up to it. Earth, air, fire, water, a woman lovely, a woman strange, weaver of the worlds, moon's daughter, witch, the catalyst for change. So it says witches have a bad PR day for a couple of millennia now. Originally, the healers or cunning women of the village. The very word witch comes from the Celtic word wis, WICCE, meaning weaver or wise. When the new religion of Christianity spread throughout the land, the custodians of the old pagan ways, in part, witches, were labeled as evil, and as we know from history, persecuted. They were driven underground or under the night sky into the shadows of misunderstanding and darkness. However, for the purposes of Halloween, let's look at witches as the weavers of magic and change. Through spells and rituals, and even through herbal recipes, yes, often brewed in a cauldron, they weave the powers of this world and the next in synergy to solve problems and heal. Holding the witch card means that you can weave your own change throughout your life, and that magic indeed is afoot. You must understand that you have power and it is real. This is like that Queen of Wands energy that we get quite a bit, I think, for you. It may also indicate that others may be threatened by your developing personal power, and that they may not appreciate or like the changes in you as you grow. So be prepared for this and do not be discouraged. New friends and better opportunities will be attracted instead. So I like that because there is this energy of, whatever you focus, and here is you like holding on to your energetic power, which we talk about it a lot, right? Whatever I focus on is what I weave, what I grow, what I draw to me, right? And so if you focus in on these people who are not appreciating who you are, and intimidated by your power and who you are, and it's not matching up, don't get discouraged by that, because if you're focusing on what you're grateful for about yourself, about your life, about the loves and people you've loved in your life, both romantically and friends and family, whatever, you're just drawing in this. You're being a weaver of higher vibration instead of lower vibration into your life. And you have that friend that comes later. So I like that. And that's also telling you that the date that we had was based on current energy. And if you focus and not on need and want love, right? But focus on gratitude for the love that you've experienced. What about love that you are grateful for? Then that can draw it in sooner too. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for number 3 for you. And then number 4, again, thank you so much for all your multiple donations here. Oops, did I? Yep, I did it right. I thought I did a semicolon instead of a colon. Time timestamps don't work if you do that. All right. So let's give your fourth one a love and a like here. And want to know, for Sumita, when will her marriage get arranged, right? Fixed. When will things move forward? When will the one for her come? Other details about our future spells. All right, we'll take a look here. Oops, why did I grab the murder murder of crows tarot? We're going to use these here. All right, so first for the when, let's use the learning tarot. So based on current energies, when will the marriage be considered arranged and fixed? Right. So what can we know about that? Right, this one here. Let's see what we got. We've got the Page of Swords, which is January 20th to February 18th. Yeah, because we're beyond, there's 3 dates. May 21st to June 20th, September 23rd to October 22nd. It's basically all the air signs, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius season. And Aquarius season is the next one up since we just left the Libra season. So that is what we're looking at based on current energies. That's when it's fixed and solidified, right? When will things move forward? Well, that's what I feel like here is those periods, right? I feel like it gets finalized between January 20th and February 18th. And then the wedding may be between those other periods. I kind of felt like all these periods mean something. May 21st to June 20th could be, is it a May wedding, a June wedding, right? And then something September 23rd to October 22nd. There's something around that period. Is that? I don't know what that is. They're not telling me that. All right. So when will the one for her come? Do you already know? Do you already know them, or is it someone new? We have the 6 of Cups and the 4 of Cups. This is someone returning from the past. So they're already known, but the 4 of Cups is an energy of things have balanced out, things have calmed down emotionally, and there's emotional stability. So I feel like it's someone that they've already been in the mix that's coming back. The 6 of Cups is that kind of energy. And I feel like here, based on current energies, it feels like it's not too far off here. Let me pull another one of these cards here. When is this? When are they returning back here? Because you already know them. What is this here? Yeah. We've got all the earth signs coming in here. King of Pentacles. Here comes the abundance. December 22nd to January 19th. So it feels here, and that's interesting because January 20th is when things are finalized. So I do feel like they shall return back between December 22nd and January 19th, and then January 20th to February 18th is when it's finalized. And then I do feel like it feels like the wedding would be May 21st to June 20th, if not to September 23rd to October 22nd, if that makes sense. And then details around the dude. let's see who this is, what we can know about them, because this might tell us who of the ones that have been there are returning here. Well, we got the Star card here, and the Star card does represent it at 2/24/24. That would be a Pisces, though. So we had 2/24/24, the timestamps there, which is interesting. Did I have another card turn around here? I feel like there was a card that was flipped here, but so that could be an Aquarius. It's Aquarius energy, but it could also be an air sign, but very Aquarian energy, very air signy energy, very balanced individual with the star card, but it's also like a dream come true energy. So it could be the one that Sumita really was like, oh, please let it be them. Kind of feels like that type of energy here. Let's see what else we have here. Got the Justice card. Yeah, very balanced individual. So very mentally balanced, great with communication. 10 of Wands, 7 of Cups. Feels like there was a lot of mixed emotions and a lot of extreme energy that happened here, and that makes sense with this 4 of Cups returning back. It can be like there was a lot of, and it wasn't the individual that was heated and all this, but I feel like there was a great amount of between the people trying to arrange things. That's the 10 of Wands, a lot of different emotions that flared up, but and that's okay, it happens. It had to do with the period of time. I think it was the eclipse season, so everything was already, everyone was just already, but now there's time for things, and that's why it's taken a little bit of time for things to settle down. Yeah, joy, celebration. 3 of Cups energy. Might even be someone that's part of a community, because that's what the 3 of Cups are. So we met them before we know them from somewhere else before Sumita does. 8 of Cups, yeah. So this is just confirming that it's from the past. It's important to let go of the emotions to move forward, and I feel like that, that's what happens here, is going, what happened has happened. Let's come back to the table and talk through things. But it just feels like that will help you know who it is. Yeah, Page of Cups, heightened love. We like that. We have the 8 of Swords, which is leaving behind old ways of thinking, moving forward. So a very forward-thinking individual too, very intelligent. Yeah, the 8, 9 of Swords. They really, um, again, it's a progressive type of person who, yeah, and again, the balanced energy of the 2 of Coins on the bottom. Very balanced individual. So all the and everything was from parents and whoever was arranging stuff, not from them. But they, like I'm saying, they're very a progressive person. They're like, yeah, we all have our, kind of like with your individual. It's someone who is, um, yeah, we got our traditions and we got different things, and we'll do it to honor, the ancestors and family, but we're not going to pass a lot of this on to our children. We're not going to, we're going to do things a little differently, a little more open minded, because they're very open minded individual. So I like that. All right, let's see what comes in for her fortune cookie. Oops, boom, boom, boom. And then Maria P, you'll be up after that. All right. The zombie control. Yeah, that's funny. Coming back from the dead. That's hilarious. What a great confirmation that it's someone that had the um, plans had died, but they're coming back from the dead. The dead arise, voices a mumbling. After our brains, our screams, they are tumbling. That's funny. Zombies have become quite the fashion recently, much like vampires. Turn on the television and you can't escape the moaning and groaning of these, the living dead. And yes, they do seem to be after your brains. So that makes so much sense. Because they're so intelligent, they really enjoy conversation and the intellectual connection that Samita and them have together. They are even there are even public zombie walks where people dress up as zombies and appear in mass on roads and in cities. They do. They have a zombie walk here in my city. But zombies are not merely a fun icon of popular culture. Traditionally, they are mainly associated with the African and Haitian voodoo religion. Zombies are said to be dead bodies reanimated by incantations chanted by a learned practitioner called a bokor, Bokor, and they are usually enlivened for a purpose. The practitioner is said to capture part of a living soul to animate the body, and that it is always a temporary action, as the soul cannot be contained in that decomposing body for long, or God will take the soul back. So, one of the most frightening aspects of the idea of zombieism is the idea of our souls and consciousness being trapped inside a body that does not do our bidding, but someone else's. Another is the idea of being buried alive, the fate of some, it is said, who get trapped in already dead bodies. I love this because we can kind of sometimes feel like with an arranged marriage, right? That we're feeling we're being trapped against our will. But I feel like with that dream come true energy, that Samita can step out of that fear that she's going to be a zombie. Should the zombie step unsteadily into your life, it's time to look at the concept of control. Do you want to control everything, leaving little to free expression? Do you choose partners who are not your equal so that they are more easily manipulated and changed to your liking? Or do you allow that to happen to you? If you're not living your most authentic life, it's time to look at why and how to change that. So I like that, because we talked about that before. The energy that's in Sumita is what controls timing and who they're drawing in and everything. But I feel if they can realize that energetically, I can let go of control and trust that the creator, as long as we look to the universe and creator and whatever she believes her higher powers to be, I'm gonna focus on gratitude and love and higher vibration, trusting that you're gonna bring the perfect person, the perfect timing, the perfect way, instead of trying to control everything because then, you know, we end up drawing in things we fear rather than things that we're grateful for. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for her. So many blessings, all of them. Very grateful. Right, so that is what they have there. Let's see, I did grab those here. So, right? Tarot cards decide the guilt. I was like, "You want me to pull cards to decide guilt?" And then I remember you were watching when I was like, "Bring the tarot cards to jury duty." No, that's a lie. That is a lie. They're not telling the truth. You will be quiet or we will put you in contempt of court, juror number 1. Oops. They're like, "I hear your," then you just keep them down here and they're like, they can hear, "We hear you." Too funny. Thank you, Sarah. Some good laughs. All right. So the last of the donations that I have here, let me just make sure. Yeah. So we have Maria P. You're up to 3337. All right. Here is your timestamp for your donation. Thank you so much for that donation via the PayPal. Let me get over here. All right. There we go. Let's take a quick sip and we'll dive in here for the days of our lives. Hey, Jojo. So let's take a look. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Thank you. Thoughts, feelings, thoughts on your pictures. Okay. What's coming for us this month? I know November, right? What's one thing they want you to know about? Updates on the dark side. Does he want to leave the dark side? A message from Wally to you. And this is what's coming this week for you. And Jeff reached out to you. Um, thoughts. All right. All right. So, Wally's thoughts: temperance, balance, slow roll. Their thought is take our time, see what unfolds, kind of energy. Kind of, we talked about that a little yesterday. They're kind of in that kind of thinking. Feelings, they're trying to look at things from a higher perspective. They're in a very kind of contemplative mood today. They're really looking at their emotions, trying to understand their emotions, your emotions, trying to kind of step back and see things from a different perspective or a higher perspective, trying to understand. And I feel like they're trying to understand what has changed because they feel like something's changed between you guys, and they're trying to figure out what it is. Is it something in me or is it something in you? And where am I feeling this kind of energy, right? Because things have changed between the two of you, right? All right. So thoughts on your pictures, the Emperor. Yeah. There's of course the Emperor's Aries, passionate energy. So it definitely, you know, triggers their passions within them here, but it's not an out of control teenager kind of thing. It's a very mature attraction energy. So they do like the pictures of you. They like all pictures of you because um, you just are like the epitome of what they love in someone, both physically, a lot of mentally, emotionally. You're like the full picture for them, literally, but also the picture. I like that. Updates on the let's see, what's coming for you guys this month? You got the 2 of Cups, yeah, you got relationship, energy. So, togetherness, it continues. I feel like that's the big thing you wanted to know. Are we do we stay together based on current energies? You guys are developing and focusing on your relationship. So that's good energy there. Um, but it also depends on your emotional choice, right? You're not just on an out of control drama train. You're being, your choices depend the path that you end up on, right? So it's based on current energy today, but we'll see what you guys choose tomorrow. Does he want to leave or updates on the dark side? 2 of Swords, standing at the, decision making, standing at the fork in the road, trying to decide what they wanna do, making plans, you know. Does he wanna leave? Does he wanna take action? Yeah, Knight of Wands. Yes. That's like the fastest moving like, yeah, they definitely want to take action and leave the dark side, but, um, you know, they just haven't acted on it yet because 'cause they're waiting, right? They're kind of, trying to figure everything out first. Um, a message of Wally to you, 8 of Swords. Yeah, this is the 8 of Swords is letting go of our mindsets, our expectations that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So their message, kind of the message that they had a couple days ago or in a previous reading, they're bringing back about, when you have all these expectations on yourself, you limit yourself. And when you have expectations on them, they feel like they're going to fail them and that they're not doing things. And it starts to become where they feel like and of course this they blow out of they magnify it. I won't say blow out of proportion, but they do make it much bigger than it is that you're pointing out how they're failing and what they're not doing because that's what they do. You know, if you told them 99 things they do wonderful and you tell them one thing they did wrong, they will super focus on the one thing that they did wrong. You can relate to that too, right? Most of us can. But, I feel like that's what they would say is, "If you could let go of expectations and just allow us to flow like the temperance, it would we would move, flow more instead of hitting a bunch of obstacles along the way." That would be their message, to you. What's coming towards you this week? You got the King of Cups. It's a great balance between head and heart coming in here. So I feel like whatever imbalance that you've been having I feel like it feels like things kind of slow down things instead of being going back and forth and ever all over the place. Do feel like they're kind of settling in a bit, coming in there. And then what about Jeff? Reaching out thoughts. Nine of Swords. Nightmare and insomnia. Expectations, 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 right? I just feel like um there is this the 9 just feels like this barrier, like the 9 of Wands, but it's this fears of, again, all these expectations energies. Um, People just don't like it. People don't want to be told who they're supposed to be or should be. We hate it ourselves. We don't like all these rules and stuff we have because it's like we're always feel like we're starting from behind, trying to get up to 0, and that's what sucks the life out of things. And I just feel like that's their fear, is that we'll go back and that, you know, expectations will suck the life out of anything that we try to create. Or um they're wondering if you are still kind of consumed with expectations and wanting, you know, intentions and plans and all these time markers and different measures of where the relationship is at. That's their perception of what they you guys had before, which is their fear of everyone and everything, because they have such big roles on themselves that they feel everyone has the same ones on them. So it's always that fun adventure. The more we can be grateful for who someone is, then um, yeah, and that's the energy that we were picking up on with, you know, Wally feels something's changed. They're like, "You're not 100% wanting me. Your percentage there." They feel like you've kind of backed off a bit. That's what's keeping them here. Yeah, I love this. You got the graveyard with unnecessary fear around relationships. We don't have to live in these expectations, which are small t truths rooted in fear. They're unnecessary, but nevertheless, we can go through the graveyard and enjoy a scary time if we want. We can attend a haunted house if we want to. Says the stones they mark the eternal resting place, yet the spirits they for the chase. Says today's modern graveyards are restful places, normally highly manicured and very well set out. Whilst they can be places of profound sadness, few are the creepy Gothic places of old, yet they still hold an undercurrent of fear and seem frightening places. Due to countless stories of haunted graveyards, the thought of walking through cemeteries evokes fear in many of us. We imagine zombies and ghosts rising from the graves and bad spirits hiding out, waiting to harm an unsuspecting living person who walks by. The idea of being at a graveyard after dark, or worse, at midnight, is the stuff of dares and nightmares. But this isn't the way with every culture. On the Mexican Day of the Dead, whole families picnic on the graves of their loved ones who've passed. Excuse me. Children play upon the graves. People play music, drink wine, and share food, all in the company of the dead. Graveyard dust is used as an ingredient in protective spells, not in curses. So pull this card and know that you fear unnecessarily. Things are not as they seem, and you can overcome your obstacles. The anxieties you have, although real, should be put aside before they haunt you long term. Instead, trust that you know the correct next steps and that you will act upon them. I like that. Expectations, RIP, rest in peace. Right, so that's what they have for you, Maria. We'll circle back for your free reading eventually as well. So many blessings to you. All right. And everyone waiting for free readings. Let me see here. I think I've got what, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Got like nine free readings. We'll see here. Got a couple more donations from Jojo. Hello, hello, which we will do. But before I do that, I'm just going to run to the little boys' room, take a quick break, because I feel like I have, with me finishing up donations probably here after these two, I'll complete the nine free readings while we're live here, and then I just won't come back on this afternoon. But I do need to run to the little boys' room since I'm going to do that so that I can focus. So I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much better. Sorry, my pillow's falling off here. There we go. Fall off my stool. All right. So thank you, guys. Of course. All right. Get over here to your name here. There we go. All right, Jojo, we are back at 24808 for number two here. We'll put that down here. Boom, boom. And get back over here. All right. So thank you for your vibes sticker and your additional donation. So grateful. So you were asleep a few nights ago and you woke up and you felt a presence in the doorway. Excuse me. Oh, told me he has seen and felt someone there too. Who was it? Oh, okay. I've seen someone there too. Who is it? Who is it? What can you tell us about who this is? All right. Wow, my stomach. Did you hear my stomach go growl, 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 growl? Someone hungry for a soul. No, I'm just kidding. Just jokes. No one, it's not a zombie. Yep. Well, maybe. I had a hermit in my head, and then we got the Nine of Swords. Interesting energy here. So it's not an evil spirit because there's not really evil spirits. There's just the spirit that's hanging around with the nine, that is that hermit energy of the major arcana. But the swords is expectations and fear and lower vibrational energy. The spirit is someone who passed who didn't they weren't done yet. And this is what happens, like, rarely a soul it's like if I pass and I'm like, "I'm really not quite done experiencing life as this human, um, character, this particular character," I will still kind of stay in between, even though I've left my physical body, left my physical body, um can still wander around in my spiritual, but it's not as my higher self. It's still within the energy of the character, and I'll still wander around and experience things. And people we see it as hauntings and stuff, but sensitive individuals we can pick up on their energies, and especially if we're in between that sleep state and awake state, we might see them and go, and because they're in that kind of in between the dream world and the higher realm and returning back. So it's not an evil spirit, you know, um, well, not different because it's still them. They're just experiencing it, um, still experiencing life connected to the energies they were before because they still want to get some. It's almost like someone who is graduated high school, but they're still hanging around because they still wanna experience high school for a little bit. They haven't quite gone off to college yet, right? Yeah, like a presence, but it's the essence, the presence of them still wandering. So, I feel like that's who it is. Let's see what else that they wanna know here too. Yeah, and they wanna be able to experience some different emotional choices. The 3 of Wands is like a change of direction, and instead of going through all of that's interesting, instead of being reborn all over again and going through all the teenage years and all up to experience something differently, they're like, I'm gonna take an extra college course, you know, or an extra course. I'm gonna take some summer school. I don't need the credits, but I just wanna take, instead of starting all the way from the beginning and have to go through kindergarten all the way through, I just wanna see what it would feel like. Yeah, right. Experiencing things. They're on a different vibrational plane, so, um, they don't necessarily see things like we do. It's almost like The Matrix, you know, how when he he became connected to that he was the one and he could see the walls were all numbers and they see it more of that, and they kinda see you and they see the emotional body and things that you're experiencing. They don't see you as you like they would if they were in physical form. They see you more as an essence, and they're more experiencing things as this essence so that they can understand things before they're like, all right, that's enough. Psh, off I go, kind of energy. So it's not so much that they're specifically watching you, as more they're embracing the whole picture of all the interactions of the energy. Like they basically will see like your aura. They don't see you, they see your energetic aura, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay. What else? 7 of coins, the high priestess. Yeah, so they're very much on a reflective energy here, taking their good old time, heading off, with this, looking for revelations, kind of going through their little checklist of, "Okay, did I experience that? Yeah. Did I experience this? Yeah, but I also wanna experience this. Okay, let me go do that." And then they go and they want to go around energy that reflects that, and they're like, "Okay, now let me go back over here. Let me see what I wanna do here," kind of energy. This is interesting. I've never had this before. Yeah, they're attracted to your energy, Leo energy. They see the fire and your light drew them. They're like, "What is that?" Um, So they saw that, yeah, Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart, and the Four of Coins. They are connected to the home with the Four of Pentacles. So I do feel like the energy that around the area, but more so the home. So it is someone that might have passed away nearby. Um, so if there's a lot happened to the last roommate, no, I'm just kidding. No fear, no fear. But I do feel like it's they some vibe, but it's not specifically to you. Again, it's just the area, the home, the energy around it, and they're just learning and wanting to experience some more before they head off. So nothing nefarious or anything like that. You can give them love energy, kind of like you can just say, and they're reminding me because a friend of mine, she had someone because she could see spirits, and she was like, she called me when I first started opening up to my energies and stuff, and she was like, "Oh my god, there is this spirit. It's kind of creeping me out. Um, is there anything that you can do?" And immediately, before I understood things, I was like, you know, "Get away from her!" And she goes, "Whatever you're doing," because I just like I got in defensive mode because they were attracted to her light, is what I found out later. Like they're being attracted to your light, and I was like, um, out of fear, not love energy, and it was agitating them. They're like, "Whatever you're doing is pissing them off." And she goes, "Well, I'm gonna go call out another friend of mine, and I was gonna see him in the morning at an offsite meeting." And so I was like, "All right, well, I'll see you." And as soon as I finished, I'm like, "That doesn't feel right." And then I was like, "Oh yeah, um they were attracted to the love light," and going, "That's what you're looking." So instead, I just brought down the love energy and I opened my arms up to them and invited them to have the love energy, and I gave them love energy. And then I felt like, "Huh." And then after I did that, went to bed and woke up, and I actually bumped into her walking in to the offsite, and she was like, "I don't know what you did last night after we hang up the phone, but immediately he calmed down and he drifted away." And I love that. He must have said hi. Yeah. So you can offer them the unconditional love energy, because they're attracted to our light. They can't hurt us, Um, we can only hurt ourselves. So you can give them, let that love energy flow down, and you can give them the light and go, "Here, you want some?" And And that's how we help people move on too, because some of them want to experience that more of that higher vibrational love next to their lower vibrational love because it feels so good, and it actually almost makes our spirits drunk, because when they come to the edge of the veil between the physical lower vibration and the higher vibration, when a higher vibrational being comes to the very edge of the veil before they step into this realm, the contrast between higher vibration and lower vibration is so extreme. It allows them to feel the joy that they are in a way that they don't when they're not next to the veil. So it's like they're like, "Whoa, dude." So also when we're down here, sometimes we want to hang around a bit in our essence so we could feel that. So, like, here, like, give them a hit and he'd be like, "All right, I'm going back to the other side." But that's what helps them go, "All right, that's enough." But that's what we can do. Let's see what else is in the fortune cookie here for you. Interesting. I'm so glad you asked this. Oh, wow. I was hoping you would get them. Black cat. This isn't your black cat spirit coming, but um, fortune meets opportunity. I do feel like, You're familiar. Well, does your dog with you? What does he think of them? Because I feel like your familiar, your black cat familiar that will come, they will be looking and see it as well, right? Um, so it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. They can't give anything back in that form. Um, they can only receive in that form. Um, yeah, because they're like in a let me just put this marker. I have to use my hands to talk. So our human is our like our lower vibration. When our essence leaves our body, we return back to the higher vibration. But it's like how the ethereal, how like when we astro travel, how we're not quite our higher selves, we're still kind of tethered. We're limited in what we can do tethered in that vibration to our human self. When we leave and we're back connected to our higher self, which is when we pass away and we're back on the other side, like people who, like our family and friends and people we've known in this lifetime that come through with our spirit guides, they've gone all the way back home. Because yeah, you'll do it. I'm gonna do that. You probably have already before, but, but so they can't really give us back through their that essence. Now their higher self can, because 'cause they're completely on the other side. They can give us, energy, but the entity, the essence that they're still hanging around with can't, if that makes sense. Yeah, I love the spirit world too, right? But so your black cat, sleek and black and lantern-eyed, crosses your path with a hiss. Good luck and fortune sweep by with a kiss. In traditional folklore, cats were said to have one foot in this world and one in the next. Oh, your dog's at your mom's. Yeah. One foot in this world and one foot in the next. That's why with black cats, they'll be able to see you. And, I mean, how they see spirits, because they are kinda tethered in between. That's interesting. They were the conduit between the underworld and this world, and fortune and opportunity. So in the times of the Inquisition, cats were hunted because they were said to be allies of evil entities such as devils and witches. Black cats, black being associated with the darker aspects of the supernatural, were especially singled out. Historians believed this unprecedented killing of the cats in the name of eradicating evil led to an unchecked increase in the rat population, which was responsible for the alarmingly rapid spread of the bubonic plague and the death of millions of people. Serves them right for killing cats. These days in Germany, for example, a black cat passing one's path indicates impending misfortune. Yet in ancient Britain, they were considered good luck and were even given to brides on their wedding day. In Japan, to this day, they're considered very good luck and bringers of fortune. So, should the slinky black cat cross your path through this oracle, know that good luck and fortune will be meeting you promptly. Also, know that your luck will be even luckier if you're prepared to take advantage of every single special opportunity that comes your way. So I love this. Like you're even saying, take advantage of this opportunity. But when you get your black cat, um, know that they're going to be going, "Who's that?" Because they're tethered in between where they can see. That's why animals can see those because they're not really their soul is not as veiled as ours are. So interesting. I love that. Thank you for asking that question. I learned so much through when we ask such different questions. I get new information and I learn so much. So thank you. Thank you. Hey, Amy, welcome. Welcome. Good to see you. All right. So for your next one here, Let's grab your timestamp 3:04:50. So for number three, let's grab that here. That's why you love black cats. All right. So thank you for the Hey You sticker and your additional donation. How did you affect Kay when you last saw each other? All right. Let's take a look here. All righty. So how did you affect Kay? So how was Kay affected when they last saw you? Well, we'll see here. How did you affect them? Because we can make it easier or harder for people to choose lower vibration or higher vibration, but ultimately they are the ones that um, control how they're affected, right? But we can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher vibration or fear, right? So interesting. All right. So let's take a look here. How did you affect? How were they affected? Already have how you influenced them, but how were they affected? And we want that one here. This one here. This one here. And that's the bottom. All right. Yeah. We do have the Ace of Pentacles that came in here about how you influence them. And that is an ace is a higher vibration energy. So you made it easier for them to look at life as an abundance, as a kind of energy that's there. So I like that. The bottom of the deck overall, the Wheel of Fortune. So again, feeling they felt fortunate, and I like that, that kind of energy with both of these here. Just you gave them a positive energy and they chose to take it that way too. So I like that. Let's see what else. The impact that they chose to have here. Yeah, there was a bit of a spark with the Seven of Wands and the Emperor energy here, which is fire, a lot of fire energy, a lot of ignition of passion. There's something about you that, with your Leo fire energy, and you have that essence of that Leo, which is pride, like a lion's pride. I'm proud of who I am. And you step in, you have this inner strength, right? That in this case, they picked up that energy from you of your being true to your authentic self, and that I am in control of my life. I get to decide energy. And it just makes them a little bolder, I guess I could say. It's like it activates their inner strength, their inner courage. And I dare say that it made him feel hopeful for life. Like you just left him with this brightness. And again, like this entity that got attracted to your bright light, they're saying that you do that to others, which is, um, it is some energy that you fire signs out there, all your Aries, Sagittarius, and Leos, you have a natural light within you, and how much you feed that light and how bright you get is the impact that you can bring to others. You can't make people choose, like we're just talking about. Can't choose between, you know, make people feel a certain way, but you sure make it easier for people to believe in themselves and to see their inner light because your fire burns bright. They see their fire easier as well. And of course, yours has been burning brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter. So get used to that because that's also part of when we talked about your nodes, right? Part of your energy is that you help spark things in people through singing and acting in your presence. So that's a good example of it here. Also, you made them want to kill themselves. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe you made them not wanna kill themselves. You have the death card here and the chariot, which is the power of choice. I said that jokingly, but I not I don't feel like they were super, super depressed, like they would really were seriously contemplating ending their life, but I feel like your energy will help people in that way. And in this place, you did help them have that um, the courage to make change, the courage to make different decision in their life here. If you picked up that they were there, you didn't feel like you wanted. Oh, you did. You feel like you kill yourself too, right? Yeah, all this energy, all this Scorpio energy, right? So Scorpio is death and rebirth energy. It's like, I'm glad you didn't. I know I've shared before, I almost ended my life when I was 22, and here I am 50, blah, 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 how old am I? I think I'm 58. Yeah, I'm 58. I'll be 59 next year. So that's what, 37 years ago or something. Um, but this is good. It's like that energy of, hope and light and, um, there is that, um transformative energy of Pluto and Scorpio that we're in right now too, that allows us to go, okay, there is hope. There is what's the worst that could happen in a situation? We could die. Well, I was going to take my life anyway. So now it's like I if I ever get where I'm feeling like life is too much, I take it down to death. Well, I could be dead right now. So what's the worst? It's like, yeah, I'm fearing what? At the core death or disappointing and being rejected, whatever, right? It just really resets things. And then we kind of take it down to zero. I take it down to death and I start rebuilding my life. What do I love about my life? I'm going to do those things. Why not? I'm going to do what I want to do because what's the worst that could happen? What I was going to do to myself. And so there's that hope energy that comes in here. So I love this. I'm glad that this has worked out here. Yeah, Empress energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, self nurture, take care of themselves. Here's the Sun, Leo energy. Here's all this here, and the Two of Swords, the decision making. Um, so I do feel like that the impact you had was it allowed them to make a different choice than they were going to make, and it's a brighter choice that came in here. So I like that. We'll see what the fortune cookie comes in too. But what an amazing energy. I love you. Be you, be you, and stick around. I get to go first. I'm older. What is it? What is the movie where they cheated death and death tries to come after him? They just had like the fifth or sixth movie come out. Um, but I'm like, hey, I've been cheating death since I was 22. If anyone goes, it's me first. All right, let's see what else we have here. You got the mummy and change. That's funny. The mother energy. You were a mummy to them, and you created change. The Final Destination. Is it Final Destination? Is that the movie series? They had a bunch of them where someone cheated death, and then goes after him, tries to take him out, and everyone starts getting killed off in different ways. I think it was Final Destination, uh, has to do with not ancestry, it's something like that, though, it's funny. Yeah, I only watched some of it. I'm not a big horror movie person. My, my host is huge horror. She watches horror movies to go to sleep at night. I do lock my door. Anyway, so Mummy. The sand in his mouth, the bandage's wound, jealous of the living, eternal life bound. Pearl. Okay. The ancient Egyptians took death very seriously. Death was not seen as many of us see it, a finality to be dreaded, but as just at the beginning of a new life and often eternal life in a better place, the afterlife. I forget, you can't make this up. We were just talking about all this, right? The practice of honoring and preserving the body through a complex process of mummification was central to ancient Egyptian culture. This was not just a physical embalming process, but a carefully enacted ritual process that ensured preservation in the next world. Many other cultures also mummified their dead, including the Incas, Argentinians, the Maori, and many of the cultures of the Torres Strait Islands. In our modern horror how come I can't say this word? Genres, Genres. Anyway, The Mummy has become an icon. From early horror writing at the turn of the century to the very popular films The Mummy and The Mummy Returns, the plot normally revolves around the mummy returning to life and cursing and hunting down the living. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tombs and other long hidden Egyptian treasures in the 1920s, in particular, sparked an explosion in mummy related films and literature. Should you pull the moaning mummy card from the deck, know that change is inevitable and that no matter how hard you try, things will not be preserved exactly the same way. The card also indicates that this change will be for the better. The endings, the closed doors, the barriers, this is just a healthy pause and an indication that a change of tactics is needed. You are not cursed. You have just developed a pattern. You can take control and change it. I love it. Generous. I can't think of that. I don't know why I can't say the word. I'm being blocked from it, and I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to move on. But I love that for you. What a big, you know, Genry. Yeah, it's Genres. It's like when there's it's a the type of movie. It's a I'm gonna have to look it up because I'm like my mind. I literally can't comprehend it right now. That's yeah, how do you say that? It's not Genry. Is it Genry? You know how you say a word over and over again, and after you say it so many times, it doesn't sound right? Yeah, Genry, right? Genry? I don't know why it doesn't sound right to me, but that. All right. So I love that for you. What a great reading. Uh, I just love these. So thank you again so much for your donations and your questions. I love those. All right. So I think that's it for my donations. Let me grab here. So, hey, Moonlight came back in. Think I grabbed your free reading there. And Touch O Love. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll add you onto the little free reading list here. Yeah, I'm so glad. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. So I think that let me just make sure before I dive. Okay. And let's say I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 free readings. So I think what I'll do here, since I'm just at 3 hours, 20 minutes, I think I will do the free readings now. And then I won't have an afternoon session. Actually, maybe well, we'll see how I feel energetically because I do have some of my free readings to give away. To do some of them I've responded. So just to make sure everyone knows, I will after this, I will pull a winner of from donations and a winner from free readings, and two people will win 15-minute personal recorded reading. I'll post a pinned comment on the pinned comment after I finish each session, where I put all the names and all the timestamps at the top. I'm going to put everyone who won over the last 5 sessions. And so all the names will be there and how to contact. Oop, expectations, Nat. um, and a gnat to me represents expectations because the thought that gnats should not be inside the house is an expectation and obviously not correct because there was a gnat. Um, but anyway, to go back to that, I put the winners there. I will also post a social media post listing all the winners. I've been doing it as I've been going along, but this last one I'll post everyone's name so you can see if you won. So I love that. All right, so let us dive into the free readings. Well, thank you guys again for all the love and support, and thank you for all the thumbs up. It gives me a little bit of love and gives love to the channel. Also draws in people to the channel, so you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys so much for doing that. Something everyone can do for free, so I'm grateful. All right, I feel like I want to move off of the shadow cards and go back to the Murder of Crows tarot. All right. So up first, we will have Eagle. You're at 321.25. So thank you, Eagle. And thank you guys for all your patience in getting to your readings. You're like a general for the upcoming week. So what does Spirit want you to know at the upcoming week? All right, I got these two. You do have the Leo strength energy and the High Priestess. Wow. I love this major arcana. Two big heavy hitters here. I do feel here with the High Priestess card, as you're going throughout this week, if you feel this energy of like I feel drawn away, or if you feel like chaos bubbling up, the High Priestess, she goes away to her High Priestess temple up on the mighty hill to see things from a different perspective, to connect with spirit, get their perceptions, look behind the veil, to understand what's really going on, and dive deep into our own emotions and what's below the surface. And it gives a lot of insight. And in doing that with the strength card here, I do feel like it will give you it doesn't feel like the inner strength energy or courage. It feels like the Leo sun energy, because Leo is ruled by the sun. This is Leo energy. And it shines a bright light on things. It allows you to have a clearer picture of things and allows you to see the unseen, to where you can make decisions that are more informed and more educated, that will save you time, save you effort, save you drama and struggle if you take a moment to step back and connect. So I feel like that's an important energy this week is like pause, drop and roll. That's what they say, what for fires or whatever, drop and roll. But step back, look at things from a different perspective, breathe, and you'll get the clarity, and that will be very beneficial for you, especially this week. So from an eagle's view, up above, right? Right, that's what they have for you, eagle. So many blessings to you. All right, and we have Swaroop Bobby. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boop, boop, boop. Oops, grabbed way too many things. There we go. Anyone want to know what's coming towards you in the next week? All right, let's see what Spirit wants you to know. What's coming towards you in the next week? All right. And you have the Queen of Cups and the World card. Okay, I got to cover this up. There's some nudity in the in this one. This is the only card. I'll just do it like this. So you've got the World card, just so you could see it, and then the Queen of Cups. And this is interesting energy as well, because Queen of Cups is a lot like the High Priestess that we just talked about in Eagles reading, but she's got 2 parts emotion, so she's the master of emotion, but empathic abilities, where the High Priestess is like, psychic and knowledge and all this kind of stuff. Queen of Cups is very much about emotional messages, picking up on emotional energies and putting out emotional. It's like the true gift of an empath isn't that you can feel everyone's emotions, is that you can radiate higher vibrational emotional energy that helps change a room. You can't control what other people will um, choose to feel, but you can make it easier for them to choose higher vibration love instead of lower vibrational fear. So it's something to be aware of your own emotions this week because the world card is a victory energy, but it's like you're going into a new stage of your empathic abilities this coming week. It's like there's this expansion energy where you're going to be feeling a lot of people's emotions in a higher way. Um, and I pretty much feel like you have empathic abilities, and you've probably been becoming aware of building a buffer around you. I call it my jello mold. Like I see it as this thick energy that it's like a transparent jello and people's emotions instead of coming on me and I take on their emotions as my own, it just goes and it sticks in the gelatin mold. And then I can still touch it and experience it if I want, but it doesn't become my emotion. So you can keep all that crazy emotional energy out there, and become aware of what emotional energy is theirs, what is yours that you're currently experiencing, what energy is from your inner child that's below in the subconscious, what energy is from past life emotional energy, and what is emotional messages from spirit. They will all feel different. And I feel like this is what you're headed into. You're moving to a new level of understanding how each of those feel. So maybe I'll have to make a note. That might be a good podcast series to how you differentiate between all these 5 different sources of empathic abilities and emotions that we can pick up. But I feel like this is important for you to know that we're looking into that. Um, you're looking into expanding that and that it's happening so that you're not blindsided by it and you're like, oh, that's what that feels like, boo. So hopefully that helps, Swaroop. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right, and then blessed one, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Oops. All right. Yep, there we go. And you'd like a general reading. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay, that one and this one. Wow, what are all these major arcana coming through? Okay, well, you have a royal and a major arcana, but you got the tower card coming in along with the king of what was that? Wands. Yeah, makes sense here. Because you do have this the tower isn't a bad thing. The tower is, and especially combined with the king of wands, because it's almost like Zeus, the god of lightning, and you're in control of the lightning bolt here. Tower moments happen for us, right? They remove things out of our life to make space for something that's more in alignment with our soul and what we're wanting to experience, clearing the pathway so we could move forward. And we have an opportunity hearing the countdown of the tower before the lightning bolt hits. Um, and in this case, with the King of Wands representing you and your presence in your life, it's you. I get to decide what happens in my life, what I focus on, what I grow, what I expand. And the King of Wands here is you blowing something out of your life like the tower. Instead of waiting for the lightning bolt to hit and you jumping out of the tower, you're like, I'm setting this tower, explosives in this tower, and I'm blowing it up myself. So this is you having the ability to remove something out of your life before having it removed for you. And you'll become aware, whatever this is that you're ready to let go of, you know it and you know it's time and you can do it. Otherwise, you're starting to hear 10, 9, 8, 7. When it gets down to 0, the lightning strikes and that thing is removed out of your life anyway. But if you're done with it, you can be done with it. You don't have to wait. And I feel like knowing that power, one, knowing about the tower, that's how it works is important, that it is for you, but that you can also leap out of the tower and have the lightning bolt strike earlier. You don't have to wait for it. So that's what they have for you, Blessed One. Hopefully that resonates for you. So many blessings. All right. And New Love, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. And you also would like a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit wants you to know right now, New Love? Okay, that one. None of those. What else? Okay, looks like you get 3, 1 and 2. So one part of this, you do have the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, it makes sense. You're coming up here on a decision point and choosing between two things physically in the outside world. One of them is a whole new, brand new start, a new adventure with the Fool card, leaving behind old ways of thinking, old ways of being, old habits, old patterns. But it is the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of something new. Or the Five of Swords, continue to struggle. Yay! Well, the Five of Swords it's a conflict energy, right? But it's mental conflict, but it's more of a battle between your head and your heart. So you can follow your heart and feel this feeling of living and this new beginning and a world of possibilities, or we can stick with the mind, which is expectations and roles and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's. That feels like a cage, feels like restriction and smallness and restriction. If I didn't already say that already, really restrictive, right? But you're at this point that you get to choose between the two. There's no wrong choice. You can go around again. It's like being on a merry-go-round. It's like let's go around the same thing again, because we can repeat cycles until we're so dizzy and we're so tired of it. We're like, I'm ready for something new. But there's no wrong choice, and Spirit doesn't judge us at all. They just see every choice as a different choice with different outcomes and different experiences. And they're like, hey, if you want to go on that ride again and go on the loop de loop and the roller coaster, we're eternal beings. You have all the time in the world and outside the world too to do what you want to do. But sometimes we're like, it's ready. Sometimes we just need there's another option, right? What? That's right. I can get off this thing. There's other rides. Oh my gosh, there are. There's other things to experience. Let me go do that. So you have a choice coming up, and I feel like it's good for us to have that clarity. I got him. The expectation. Let the expectations go. The gnat. Let the gnat go. It was buzzing around. Buzzing around of those thoughts and thoughts and thoughts. You can end it. Send it to its death. Back to the other side you go. But there's this it's so not Buddhist, I know. I'm not a Buddhist though, so that's all right. But there's this understanding, as long as I'm going, oh, okay, the clarity of what the choice is, your mind out of fear, wanting to keep things going and keeping things the same, or a new adventure that feels like living instead of existing. So I feel like that's where you're at right now, New Love. Sorry to interrupt with the killing of the gnat. My apologies. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. Happy Pill, you are up. Thank you for your donation earlier. And for your free reading here, oops. I know we're doing this here, but just in case you don't see it, I will make sure this is your free one. November and December month reading. Let's see here. So we'll have a card for November. What do they want you to know? And then what about December? All right. So November, you do have, the Knight of Cups. Movement of love, the quest for self-love energy is really focused on here. Did we do a love reading for you earlier? Does that match? Is that happening? If not, I feel like this is about the quest of your self-love. Regardless, the one of the biggest things that you can do in November, it's very supported for you, is your adventure of raising your self-love, your self-worth, and getting rid of old thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you, emotions that don't serve you, energy that don't serve you, physical things that don't serve you anymore either, just to kind of clear those out. Because that the more you raise your love vibration, the faster you draw in things that match that love vibration. But also, we can't love others more than to the extent we love ourselves, nor receive love from others more than to the extent we love ourselves. So if my love is like that, I can give all this love and it's just going to drip out. People can try to give us so much love and it's going to trickle in. But the more I raise this, open up this, opens up my ability to give and receive love to those in the outside world too. So November feels like focus on self-love, raising that. That's the biggest thing you can do regarding love, and really everything in our life is focus on our self-love. Everything points us back to our self-love, right? But that's the quest of the Ace of Cups of the Knight of Cups. Yeah, and then in December you have the Page of Swords. So the Page of Swords is new communication, new thinking, new clarity, really coming in your life here. And this makes sense that if in November you're focusing on the self-love, when you're raising your love vibration, you see things differently because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. As I find my self-love, then I see a more loving world and my whole world changes, right? Like it brings us new knowledge, new awareness, new clarity, and also, there's decisions that you make in December from a place of love instead of from a place of fear. The Ace of Swords that the Page of Swords has gives you that connection to the higher realms to see things from a place of unconditional love instead of from a small t truth rooted in fear. It's the cutting away, it's a double edged sword. It helps cut away expectations. So, all those, especially around relationships, supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's, all this opinion we're given growing up, it allows us to cut those away and allows us to move forward too. So I like that for you. Those are the big two themes for November and December for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Olivier Bagara. Hello, hello. Let's grab your timestamp here. And a message from your spirit guides. All right, let's see here. What do they want you to know right now, your spirit guides? Right, they want that one. What else? Patience. Is that the message? No, here's the other card. Come on, cards. Let's see. That's too funny. The Knight of Pentacles, patience. Sure enough, but you also have the Wheel of Fortune. So we like this. There's a message here from Spirit that, your spirit guides, the wait is worth it. That whenever there is slowness, it's the slowest moving night out of them all. And the outside world does move slower than our inside world. The world of our mind, fast changes, our heart, feelings can change, energy can change, but the outside world has seasons. Things do move slower out in the outside world, right? So we can have patience with it. The Wheel of Fortune is that the wheels are turning, things are coming. You just can't see it in the outside world like we can from the inside world. So, really know that timing, everything happens for a reason. That's the Wheel of Fortune, right? The tune of for you, the fortune, that the speed of things is always for you. And we learn so much when things are going slow. They're going slow on purpose so that we can question things, let go of mindsets and fears and expectations that don't serve us, emotions that have been lower vibrational that are holding us back, some old emotions from the past that are anchoring us, slowing us down, energy that doesn't serve us anymore. And of course, even getting rid of things in the outside world. It's giving you this space to create the space for something new to come in, right? The timing, it slows things down. and you're like, well, I don't have this. I don't like if you don't have a job and I can't go here and I can't do this. I have this energy then to do journaling and clearing my mind and emotions and getting rid of, sorting things, getting rid of stuff, simplifying in all of my, mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical bodies, energetic bodies, helps speed things up too. Because the more of the old lower vibration that's holding me back, then things speed up, and the wheel starts to spin faster. But know that everything's happening on purpose, and that you're not behind, you're not falling short, those energies. This is about we're able to move forward, we're able to move forward, and just be aware that the speed of things is for you. And but you can speed things up. You are the only one that can speed it up because with the actions that you take. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they have for you. And then I'm excited for your you said you'll send me an email. So when you're ready, send me your email and we'll do your free reading too that you won. So congratulations again. All right. So many blessings, my dear. Hopefully that helps. All right. Love is the most powerful force in the universe. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your free reading. Let me grab this here. And is the family member you asked about yesterday still in your state, California? Ooh, wow, that was Southern California, right? I think I even specifically mentioned that, right? That they're moving to the south of the border. Let's take a look here. So, are they in California? Thank you. Ace of Pentacles, Two of Pentacles. Sometimes I feel like they go back and forth. There's a new place that they're at, and it's like they go back and forth and back and forth. California and then the other place. California, the other, well, this is the other place. California, going back and forth on the between the two pentacles. So I feel like it's close though. It might just be over the border on the other side in what is it, Arizona? Right? Yeah, it's California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, right? Um, so I feel like it's in is it in Phoenix? That feels like too far away almost. But I feel like they go back and forth between just over the border, back and forth and back and forth. It might be back and forth between Southern California and Mexico too, because it can be over the border. It's just over the border, so it's one or the other. It's either in Arizona. It's not New Mexico, it's Mexico or Arizona. Or maybe it's like this, back and forth and back and forth. Hopefully that helps. But that's what I have there for you. So many blessings to you. Alrighty. Oops. Back out of this thing over here. There we go. All right. And then up next we have Cat Goddess. You are up. Hello, hello. So Cat Goddess, let's grab your timestamp there. All right. And you'd like to know what guidance, advice, or whatever else wants to come out do your spirit guides have for you right now? All right, let's take a look here and see. What do they want you to know right now? All right. Got the 10 of Cups and the 3 of Swords. Yeah. That every moment is a choice between either 10 of Cups joy, like the light, and the dark. I mean, literally. 3 of Swords is fear, expectations, disappointment, heartbreak, lower vibration, basically. And they're saying every moment is a choice, a mental choice of story that I put to everything of either higher vibration, unconditional love, gratitude, joy, laughter, play, or lower vibration, rooted in fear, all the things that are rooted in fear. That's all the low vibrational things. We can do a story of high or low. We can do an emotional choice every moment of high or low, an energetic choice. Are we focusing on gratitude and higher vibration, or lower vibration, fear and want, need and lack, or the physical choice? Am I making choices that are of love or choices that are of from fear, right? So they're letting you know that every moment is a choice between the two, and that there is no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And when you're done feeling one, there's always a second choice. But there's not a right or wrong, just different choices. Because when we get into that right or wrong, then we keep ourselves looping in lower vibration, because judgment is a low vibration, because there's punishment and guilt and shame and all that delicious lower vibration emotional energies. Like, no, 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 no. You know, we get bored of tasting that, then we can taste the joy, taste the unconditional love, taste the gratitude and play and laughter and fun. That's higher vibration, right? So I feel like they're wanting you to know that every moment is a choice. And the more you can create habits of walking in consciousness, um, I did a short little video where I channeled spirit, and I chatted with my higher self. Well, they gave me a message. Here it is here. I will also put it under your name. In if you're coming back here later, the link is under your timestamp on your name on the pinned comments of this. And it talks about walking consciously instead of subconsciously and unconsciously. Because when we're walking unconsciously, we're not coming back to this moment, and what I'm choosing. Then we're reverting to our subconscious, which is usually our little 7-year-old and under emotional self, or our 7 to 14 mental child. And that's what we're living life by. And that's not fun, if you remember. So it talks about walking consciously. The more things we can do that, I think they talk about some things, but if we, like, reminders on our phone, like a alarm a silent vibrating alarm that goes off every hour, come back here, come back to walking consciously, instead of we get sucked out into reacting in life, but it's consciously walking. Sticky notes, jewelry, tattoos, shirts, whatever can help us remember and catch our attention. Those are good things. To walk consciously, right? So hopefully that helps, Cat Goddess. That's what they have for you. Many blessings. And then Maria P, you are up. Thank you for your donation earlier. Make sure I type that right. Here's your free reading. And you like a general for you and Wally. So what do they want you to know about you and Wally? Okay, got that one here. And I feel like this one here too. We'll see what that one's about. So you do have the Ace of Pentacles. There is this new beginning energy. Yeah, and you got the Knight of Pentacles here. There's this restart, this reboot, opportunity coming up here for you guys. But the Knight of Pentacles is also on a quest of looking at their self-worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And I like this reminder for all of us that when we define ourselves by the outside world, we feel like we end up on a clearance rack. We feel unstable, right? Because all that stuff in the outside world is unstable. The three buckets of people, situations, and things: people change, people walk away, people pass away. Unstable. Situations never stay the same, like jobs, education, relationships too, but that's more people. But and then things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, right? All that is unstable. But this is about, we realize that a big piece of this is the quest of our self-love, the Ace of Cups, the chalice, the Knight of Cups energy. But the Knight of Pentacles is huge too, because it is this energy of, I am priceless. When I go inward and upward, I realize, and when I root my worth in the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, I realize I am priceless. I'm not unstable because I'm not defining myself by the outside world. Then I become full and overflow in life instead of feeling lack and falling short when I'm defining myself by the outside world. When I'm filling up with my worth on the inside, I stop fearing what other people think of me, and I don't look at what they're doing or not doing, saying or not saying means anything about me because my foundation is in the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms, realizing their opinion of me matters more than anything of any human characters is. And once you have that solid foundation, then you can live life fully. Anything people give instead of it falling short because it doesn't match up to what I can get from inward and upward. When they give me something when I'm full and overflowing, it's above and beyond extra. So my world changes from a place that feels like it's lacking and falling short to a place that feels abundant and overflowing. And everything people are giving me is extra, above and beyond, right? So hopefully that helps. That's I feel like they want you to know right now, Maria. So many blessings to you, right? And then Moonlight, aka Summer 27. I think I have your right timestamp. Here we go. So here is this. Thank you for your donations earlier as well. Anyone else? Do you have any ancestors that want to talk to you today? Who has advice or two? You know, I do have Ancestor Oracle. Ancestor Spirit Oracle. So we're going to pull a card from there for you. We'll see who wants to talk to you here. So what? Oh, what? Who wants to bring a message through? Grandpapa. We'll see here. This resonates with you here, but we've got laugh and have fun. Definitely feels like a fun grandpa energy. Maybe even a great grandpa energy. We'll see here. I like it. Like all this because this is smile, positivity, joyfulness. Due to its remote location in the eastern Himalayas, Bhutan has been largely self reliant and protected from invasion. Bhutan is a name used by outsiders. The inhabitants call their homeland Druk Yul, meaning land of the thunder dragon. Excuse me. Despite its isolation, Buddhism arrived in Bhutan as early as the 7th century CE and was a well founded part of the culture from the 8th century. And then in 1972, the fourth king of Bhutan, King uh, is that Jigme Singye Wangchuk, I probably totally murdered that, infamously stated that gross national happiness is more important than gross domestic product. Once coined, gross national happiness became a hallmark of Bhutan's infrastructure. The GNHI, which is the Gross National Happiness Index, was introduced as a yardstick for government policy and business practice. Wow. Excuse me, and take a sip here. The GNHI considers psychological well being, health, education, community vitality, living standards, and other factors, not just economic growth. This holistic approach to progress is unique, inspiring, and successful. So, since the introduction of the GNHI, Bhutan has significantly reduced poverty and its economy has seen consistent growth. It remains one of the happiest places on earth. Wow. The ancestors message to you. They say, when was the last time you had a proper laugh? When did you laugh so hard your stomach hurt? If it was too long ago to remember, it is time to plan a joy session. Watch some comedy, read a funny book, or connect with some positive people. You may want to try a laughing meditation. And if you have already had a good belly laugh today, have another one. You can never have too much laughter in your life. Joy and laughter can help you through the hard times. I love it. Divinatory meaning laughter is truly the best medicine. It helps you and helps you to open yourself to positive energy. When you laugh, you become magnetic, drawing like minded positive people to you. Also, laughing is infectious. By increasing your gross personal happiness, you help others smile and laugh as well. You can help heal people who need a boost of positive energy. Smile, laugh, and giggle today. I love that. What a great message. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then lastly but not leastly, we have Touch O Love. You are up. And here is your timestamp. So can you see if Spirit has anything for you about what is coming towards you? All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about what's coming towards you here? Okay. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Let's see what we got here. You have the 6 of Pentacles. There's this balancing energy coming in. And I had a feeling the 2 cards were the 2 sides of the scale that you can look at balancing. One side of the scale is the 6 of Cups, which has to do with past life, uh, emotional energy, which can be people in this lifetime, but it can also be at a deeper level from past lives. But start with emotions from this lifetime. There's some people that are coming across your path or have recently come across your path, maybe not trying to get back into your life, but definitely awareness around them has entered your life. And you have the temperance, yeah, the patience, the pouring back and forth of the emotions to allow this to um, it's about that people change over time because that's the cups going back and forth, the alchemy that people change. And and I like this because this balancing comes in as this emotion, the strong emotion about people from the past is that people change. And I feel like they want you to know that as these things come across your path, they're coming across your path on purpose. So you can look at them and kind of, I know we're going to use the F word here in a minute, forgive. But it's about that we all do the best we can in the moment with what we believe, what we're aware of, what energy we have inside of us, and the energy of the environment. We always do the best we can, but we change over time. And when we reflect back, I can go, I'll do things differently the next time. But forgive yourself for the choices you made in the past, but also we can let other people off the hook too. And that's one of the biggest things, the forgiveness. One of the wonderful ways that I've heard it explained is to to choose to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, and that I release them, knowing they did the best they could in whatever they were doing. If they were acting foolish and stupid and mean or whatever, they were in fear. That's how they were expressing it, that they were in fear, because otherwise they'd be doing actions from love, but they weren't. So when people are unloving, it's because they're in fear. If people are uncompassionate, they're in fear. If people are stupid, acting stupid, they're out of their minds because of fear. So we can, and same with us. I did stupid things. Well, I was in fear. I'll forgive myself. I also forgive everyone else. That allows us to pour out the wrath and become a vessel of love instead. And I feel like that they're letting you know what's coming towards you is that people are coming across your path and memories and coming across to items that are triggering old emotions, that it's happening for you to be released from that stuff because it's running on autopilot below the surface. So it is impacting us, even though we may not think it is, but it's running on autopilot. And then when we bring it up and we release it and pour it out, then we're free from it. And then all that energy we were using to keep things down and comes back to us too. So hopefully that helps touch your love. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up and all the love. I appreciate it. I will be pulling two winners here in after I complete the stream. If you want to get into the giveaway for Wednesday, I have every new moon and full moon. There's the link for that. We'll be having winners. All this information is down in the description box too. We also have sales going on my personal readings, both personal recorded and live, and my Hedge of Peace and Love. If you want to check out that, again, all that information's down below. And I also have my new episode of my podcast came out, The Easier Path, where we talk about on guard and fighting with other people and why do we have conflict and some things we can do to change that conflict if we want. Um, but check out that link there if you like as well. And the playlist for all of this series is down in the description box too, if you like to check it. Right, everybody? I hope you had I had a blast this weekend with all the giveaways and all the wonderful messages from Spirit. I'll be back next Thursday. I'm on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights from 6 to 9 p.m. Mountain, and on Saturday and Sunday morning, starting at 11 a.m. Saturday and Sunday is what I said, right? 11 a.m. Mountain time. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. You hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Bye.